Chapter 54. Governor, are we really going to let the Greeks go just like that? The adjutant asked unwillingly. Let them go? Tisiphnis glared at him fiercely. This is the king's order. I have followed his orders and successfully driven the Greek barbarians into Dukia. Do you think they will have an easy time after this? Tisiphnis pointed to the vast mountains in front of him and said fiercely, the steep and narrow mountain roads, the forest infested with snakes and insects, and the ferocious Dukia people will devour their courage. Even if they manage to get past Dukia, there is still the army of Orontes waiting for them in front. Even if Orontes can't stop them, they will still encounter the Colubians, the Chaldeanians, the Meronians. Let these barbarians fight amongst themselves. I want to see how many Greek barbarians will be able to return to Greece in the end. He sneered and said, We don't have to waste all our time and energy here. There are still important things to do in Asia Minor. Retreat. Go back. He simply shouted and turned his horse around. He inadvertently saw the expressionless face of Aureus not far away and was slightly stunned. He subconsciously looked back at the rolling mountains again. It turned out that capturing the leader of the Greek mercenaries was already a great achievement. When everything was going well, he had a new idea, which resulted in the deaths of Mithridat and Altausus, and more than 10,000 casualties, which greatly reduced his achievements. Next, he hoped that the Greeks would be wiped out in the mountains as he thought it would be to vent his hatred. But would it really be as he wished? The mercenaries arrived at the edge of the Dukia Mountains the next day and began to set up camp. The next action would depend on whether Marigi's envoy to the Dukia tribe would be successful. The Devers and other leaders sent Marigi to the mountain pass together, accompanied by dozens of soldiers led by Helos. They drove a few carts full of armor, shields, and spears that the mercenaries had looted from the dead Persia soldiers. These were the weapons and equipment that the Dukia people lacked. In addition, there were more than a dozen Dukia people, mainly slaves that the Devers had previously seized from the Persia villages. Marigi, everything depends on you. Devers gave him a strong hug and then whispered in his ear, If things go wrong, escape as soon as possible. Helos will help you escape. It doesn't matter if we can't negotiate, we can still barge in. Your safety is the most important thing. Maligi stared blankly for a moment. He looked at the other leaders behind the Devers, and immediately said in a loud voice, Don't worry, with these weapons and those Dukia people, our negotiation is already half successful. I've made many deals with this tribe's leader, Kong Maluo, so I know him quite well. He has always been very ambitious and has tried his best to strengthen his tribe, monopolizing the trade route between the mountains of Armenia, Dugia, and Media. Therefore, he has fought with the surrounding tribes. I believe that our proposal will make him very interested. I hope so. Ma Song stepped forward and said stiffly, You better hurry up. Don't forget, we can only wait for you here for one day. Marigi glanced at him and said nothing more. The Devers also ignored Ma Song and stepped forward to give Helos a stronger hug. Helos strongly requested to go, but his repeated attempts to persuade him to no avail. The Devers knew that his choice was right. Only by having his most powerful confidant as a follower could Marigi completely believe that no matter what happens, the Devers would not easily give up on them. The Devers kept their gratitude in their hearts and said to Helos, Come back safely, brother. Helos took a step back and solemnly saluted. Divers watched as they walked into the forest until they were completely obscured by the dense foliage. It feels really strange. We were driven here by the Persia people, but we still have to rely on a Persia to help us get out of danger, Criano said in a strange tone. Don't think so much, Criano. We are now all hoping that this Persia person can succeed, aren't we? Xanthoparis said lightly. Perhaps this is the arrangement of the gods. They are happy to see such a wonderful collision of fate. Xenophon's eyes were full of expectation. And now we can only wait patiently. Apart from waiting, we also have to prepare for battle, Kelessops reminded everyone. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the camp. On this day, the mercenary leaders prohibited all soldiers from going out to prevent these mercenaries, who were fond of plundering and idling, from clashing with the mountain people of Dukya, which would affect their plans. At the same time, the entire army was on high alert to guard against attacks from Dukya or Persia. But nothing happened on this day. Only a few Dukya mountain people wearing short fur coats with red patterns on their faces wandered around the camp with short axes in their hands and bows on their back. The soldiers looked on one after another and commented. Compared to the relaxed soldiers, the leaders had been nervously worried about whether the plan would be accepted by the Dukya people, especially the Devers, who did not sleep well the whole night. It was not until the next morning that assists broke into the big tent and shook him awake. Marigi is back. The Devers was so excited that he was no longer sleepy. Leader, Camillus, the leader of the Dukya tribe, listened to my suggestion and is willing to form an alliance with us. Marigi's excited shout came from behind the assist. That's great. The Devers jumped up and put his hands on Marigi's shoulders. He said happily, "You have saved the entire mercenary army. All the Greek soldiers have to thank you." A smile appeared on Marigi's face. Then, he showed an awkward expression. Helos and the others could not come back, because Camillus wanted to entertain them well. The Devers was stunned. He could hear the strangeness in Marigi's voice. He asked with an ugly expression, "Hostage?" Marigi hurriedly explained, "Yes, for safety, because Camillus wanted to personally discuss the alliance with the leaders." The Devers' expression softened a little, and he hurriedly asked, "When? Where?" "Originally, he wanted you to go to the stronghold to negotiate, but I refused. I argued strongly and was threatened several times by him with a knife. Finally, after repeated arguments, it was decided to be at the foot of the mountain in front of us. The time is this afternoon." Marigi emphasized the difficulty of his negotiation. This afternoon, at the foot of the mountain in front. The Devers pondered, and then said with a frown, "It seems that Camillus is eager to form an alliance." "Yes, leader." Marigi looked proud. "Then what are you waiting for? Come with me to find Kelessops and the others." After saying that, the doctor strode out. In the afternoon, Kelessops, Clino, and the Devers led 50 Sparta warriors to the foot of the mountain under the leadership of Marigi. In order to prevent a repeat of the mistakes of Clycus and the other leaders, the rest of the mercenary leaders led the army to the mountain pass a mile away from the foot of the mountain. "It's there." Marigi pointed to the front. On the grass not far away, there was a tree stump larger than the round shield of a Greek soldier. The cross-section was polished smooth and flat, and it was half the height of a person. There were several wooden stumps around it, and beside the wooden stumps was a curved path that extended up into the depths of the mountain. This leader of Dukaya is a conscientious person. As the initiator of this plan, the Devers had to show confidence in it, so he was the first to walk over, push aside the dust and fallen leaves on the wooden stumps, and sat down. Kelessops also sat down calmly. Clino looked around and then slowly sat down. Marigi stood directly next to the Devers. It was already late autumn at this time. When the army was marching in the Tigris River basin, the weather was still warm. When they reached the Dukaya Mountains, the weather turned cold, and the grass began to wither. The mountain wind blew, and the leaves kept falling, covering the ground with a thick layer. Kelessops looked up at the bare branches and said worriedly, "We must pass through this mountain area as soon as possible. Otherwise, when winter comes, the mountains will be even colder, and the soldiers don't have thick clothes to keep them warm." Kelessops' words reminded the Devers that, to be honest, he had never thought in this direction. Chapter 55. The eyes of Caristhorpes and the rest immediately focused on the man in the middle. Compared to the burly men around him, he was slightly thinner, but he was wearing a brighter short-sleeved leather robe to make up for the shortcomings of his physique. In addition, He was wearing a yellowish-brown Persia robe, which covered the bare legs of the Dukia mountain people. When his pair of light brown, radiant eyes locked onto Kellisthorpe's and the others, he raised his right hand and heard the old man Dukia shout, "Dukia Axicant tribe's great leader greets the guests who have come from afar." The mountain people hit their wooden shields with short axes and said, "Ola, Ola." The high-pitched, beast-like roar made the Devers' eardrums uncomfortable. Because the old man was speaking in Dukia, the mercenary leaders were a little confused. Marigi immediately translated for them in a low voice, and soon they calmed down. Even the Devers curiously admired this primitive way of hospitality. With the consent of the leaders, Marigi also shouted loudly in Dukia, "The Sparta prosecutor, Kellisthorpe, sends his friendly greetings to the great leader of Camelot." As soon as his voice fell, the 50 silent Sparta warriors behind him roared in unison, "Hey! Hey!" Along with the two roars, the spears were stabbed into the ground in unison, and the round shields opened and closed. Immediately, silence was restored. Compared to the noise of the other side, the Sparta warriors were low-key and reserved, but they gave people an invisible pressure. Camelot's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the 50 tall and straight soldiers. Each of the round shields held in their hands had a big symbol in the center. He muttered, "Sparta, for hundreds of years, the reputation of the Sparta warriors had spread throughout the Mediterranean, and even the people in this remote mountainous area had heard of them." He raised his right hand, and the mountain people's roars gradually stopped. "Welcome. Please sit." He spoke in perfect Persia. As the Sparta censor, Kellisthorpe, who often dealt with Persia, certainly understood. He also replied in Persia, "Please sit." The negotiation officially began. Contrary to the Devers' expectations, the seemingly barbaric Dukia people were actually quite shrewd in their negotiations, especially Comoros. Their request was simply to use the Greek mercenaries as coolies and thugs. Their reasoning was quite sufficient. "If our tribe becomes the ally of the Greek mercenaries, we will offend the powerful Persia. At the same time, we will be isolated and ostracized by the other tribes of Dukia. We must offer enough benefits to make the warriors of the entire tribe agree to sign the covenant." The ability of the Greek negotiators was also not weak. Chrysippus was sent by Sparta to be the liaison with Little Cyrus, so his diplomatic ability was unquestionable. Devers, as the main person in charge of the city's high-tech development zone in his previous life, had participated in many business negotiations, and there was also Marigi, a businessman who was familiar with Dugia. Before they came, the mercenaries had already discussed the bottom line that they had to adhere to. That was, the Greek mercenaries had to decide their route and not be manipulated by others. They deliberately showed that they did not value the alliance very much. When the negotiations were in a stalemate, Criano said several times that it did not matter if the alliance could not be formed. The soldiers could break in by force. In this way, the leaders of the Zocan tribe felt a headache. After all, they were the first stumbling block on the mercenaries' way to Armenia. There were clearly benefits to be reaped, but they chose to confront the Greeks, who had defeated Persia. Of course, they could also choose not to fight head-on, and the mercenaries would not be able to do anything to them. However, they could not move their stronghold away, and their houses and supplies might not be preserved. More importantly, it would deal a blow to Camillus' prestige. At the same time, it would increase the covetous hearts of the surrounding tribes towards the Zocan tribe. After a few confrontations, they finally reached an agreement. First, the Greek mercenaries and the Zocan tribe of Dugia would become allies. Both sides would be friendly and would not invade each other. Second, the Greek mercenaries would decide their own route of march. The tribes near the route would be attacked by the mercenaries and the Zocan tribe together. The mercenaries would get 60% of the resources and wealth obtained, while the Zocan tribe would get 40%. The captured enemies would be handed over to the Zocan tribe to deal with. Without the consent of the Zocan tribe, the mercenaries were not allowed to kill or loot. Third, the the battle would be coordinated by Colossops and Camillus. If there were disagreements that could not be resolved, the battle would be cancelled. This was originally added by Colossops because he was afraid that Camillus would disregard the mercenaries' lives for the sake of the tribe and adopt some tactics that were disadvantageous to the mercenaries. In fact, this was never implemented in the end. After tasting the sweetness for the first time, Camillus was afraid that the mercenaries would cancel the attack plan. Therefore, if the mercenaries had any objections, he would take the initiative to negotiate with Colossops. Fourth, if the Zocan tribe had a special target that needed to be attacked, and it was not near the mercenaries' route of march, they could hire the Greeks to attack. However, they needed to discuss with the leaders and obtain the consent of the mercenaries. This was mainly a request of Camillus. As for Colossops, Devers, after discussion, they believed that if the cooperation between the two sides went smoothly, as long as the target was close, the mercenaries could accept the hiring. After all, since Cyrus the Younger died in battle, the soldiers no longer had any salary. The covenant will be implemented today, and it will end when the Greek mercenaries leave Dugia. The last procedure to achieve the covenant was the sacrifice. Colossops was already prepared for this. He ordered the slaughter of 3 white lambs that had been brought, and the fresh blood was placed on the tree stump. The Zocan tribe also slaughtered a deer. Then, both sides inserted wooden strips around the stump and lit a fire. Then, both sides read aloud the terms of the covenant written on 2 pieces of animal skin in the Persia language. There was no priest in the mercenary army, so Colossops had to do it on his behalf. On the other hand, the strangely dressed wizard in Dugia carried it out. When the sacrifice was completed, both sides began to discuss the next step. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind blew, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground and blowing out the torches around the stump. The expressions of everyone present changed. The Greeks, including the silent Sparta warriors, respectfully shouted the name of the god Zeus. The Dugia people, on the other hand, knelt down and worshipped the mountain god they revered. Obviously, everyone believed that the god had appeared and approved of this alliance. Therefore, the attitudes of both sides became much more positive. Camillus even sent one of his sons to serve as a guide for the mercenaries. 20 days later, the mercenaries left the Dugia mountains and entered the plains. In these 20 days, the mercenaries cooperated with the Zocan tribe and broke through 4 mountain strongholds. They also defeated a joint attack by the Dugia tribe. The casualties in the battle were not small, but they seized a lot of supplies. During the long march through the mountains, the supplies were maintained. The harvest of the Zocan tribe was even greater. Apart from the stubborn ones, most of the captured mountain people were forced to join the Zocan tribe. They did not know to what extent the population of the Zocan tribe had expanded, but it was obvious that Camillus was satisfied. This could be seen from the fact that he sincerely gave Colossops a good white wolf skin when they parted. After a few days of marching through the plains, the mercenaries found some villages one afternoon. Therefore, the mercenaries happily stopped advancing and began to drive away the villagers, plunder the supplies, and set up camp in the villages. They could finally have a good night's sleep and no longer have to worry about the pain of being bitten by snakes and insects. The next morning, the mercenaries marched to the Kentrit River, which was the border river between Emeria and Dugia. The river was about 60 meters wide. The troops followed the guide's instructions to the place where there was a pontoon bridge and found that the pontoon bridge had been burned. The leaders looked at the charred traces of the bridge piles on the shore and their hearts sank. The Persia people were nearby. Colossops immediately ordered Led's cavalry squad to investigate the surrounding area. After entering the mountains, the cavalry squad had lost a lot of horses, and there were only 5 or 6 intact horses left. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers to go into the river to explore the depth of the water. After receiving the order, several soldiers who were good at swimming took off their armor and walked into the river. When they reached the middle of the river, the water had already reached their chest level. At this moment, someone shouted, "The Persia people!" Chapter 56. "Everyone, get into formation!" the officers shouted. The soldiers in the river hurriedly retreated, and were almost washed away by the current. There are many large and round rocks at the bottom of the river. It's very slippery, the soldiers reported to the leaders after they reached the shore. It seems that with the Persia on the other side, it will be very difficult for us to cross the river. Timothy said helplessly, and the other leaders agreed. They stared at the other side of the river. The Persia had stopped advancing and were sticking close to the riverbank. Their formation was about a mile long, and there seemed to be no less than 20,000 people. "It's Oronta's army," Creano said in surprise. Xenophon said with some regret, "It seems that he got ahead of us." Xanthoparis pointed at the other side of the river in surprise and shouted, "Look, he even recruited a lot of Caldans." Caldans? The Devers did not know about this, and turned to look at Felicius in confusion. "The Caldans are a tribe that lives in Armenia. I heard that they are brave and aggressive, and the Persia like to recruit them as heavy infantry," Felicius explained as he pointed at the other side of the river. "Look there." Following the direction of his finger, the Devers saw some Caldans in the middle of the Persia army. They were wearing leather helmets and robes, holding a long shield in one hand and a spear in the other. "It seems that Orontes is trying his best to stop us. Unfortunately, the Caldans are no match for us," Timothy said unwillingly. "But with this river, it's hard to say," Xanthoparis said with a slightly pessimistic tone. "Let the soldiers set up camp and rest first. Send someone to scout this river to see if there is a better place to cross it on foot," Kellisthorpe said calmly. The order was passed down, and the troops retreated less than a mile away from the Kentrit River to set up camp. Not long after, Leds brought back a piece of news. There were no traces of the Persia on the riverbank, but they found some Dukaya spying on them in the forest not far away. This made the leaders frown. "Go and get Izam," Kellisthorpe said. Izam was the son of Komoro, the great leader of the Zokant tribe, who had been sent as a guide. In the 20 days he had spent with the Greeks, the energetic young man had developed a strong curiosity about distant Greece. He did not want to return to the secluded stronghold, but wanted to go out and explore. With the consent of Camilo, the mercenaries accepted him. When Zam received the news, he was stunned at first, but he immediately swore that those Dukaya people were definitely not sent by the Zokant tribe. He even volunteered to go and investigate. After getting the approval of the leaders, Leds took him there. At the end of half an hour he returned to report that they belonged to the tribes which had united in the mountains to attack the Greek mercenaries, and that he had seen some of them. After Zam left, Xenophon heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I knew it. Camilo worked very well with us before. How could he start plotting against us as soon as he split up?" Creano snorted. "Don't be too gullible when it comes to the words of this Dukoi. How do you know that Camilo's son is not lying? We have all seen what kind of person Camilo is. Every time after a battle, he would argue with us for a long time about the ownership of the spoils of war. He would not even let go of a jar. Such a greedy person, now that we are going to fight with the Persia, how could he let go of such a good opportunity to take advantage of us? Moreover, the alliance is no longer effective now. There are no restrictions on him." Timosong interrupted. "His son is in our hands," Xenophon reminded. "I heard that he has more than 10 sons. It is not a big deal for one to die. Besides, who knows if Camilo had already planned to let him be a spy?" Creano retorted. The Devers who were sitting in the corner saw that the atmosphere in the tent was not right. Xenophon was a very active and energetic person. As he became more familiar with the affairs of the mercenaries, he became more active. In the eyes of some of the leaders, he was too flamboyant and would find opportunities to knock him down from time to time. The Devers had advised him to restrain himself. His reply was, "I did not do anything wrong. Hades did not send me here to please someone, but to contribute my strength to save the lives of more than 10,000 Greek brothers. In comparison, the younger Devers were more mature. After becoming a leader, other than working hard to win respect and prestige for himself when it was time to perform, he was usually very introverted. When discussing matters, he would listen attentively. This was because he knew that these leaders had been on the battlefield for many years and had rich experience. They were worth learning and thinking about. We all know that Camilo is an ambitious and smart person. A smart person knows what to do at the right time. The most important thing for the Zocan tribe to do now is to quickly annex and digest the 4 tribes and integrate them into his tribe. Only then can they truly become his strength. So as soon as we left the mountainous area, he hurriedly separated from us. I don't think he will provoke us when the internal situation is still unstable. He knows how strong we are, especially when there are many enemies around him, the Devers said gently. Xenophon had a good relationship with him, so he had to help him out of his predicament, whether it was in public or in private. In that case, the Dukaya mountain people who came to spy on us are, like that kid said, people from the tribes that we defeated. They did not attack the Zocan tribe, but dared to provoke the powerful us, Cristiano said mockingly. Like you said before, they are here to see if there are any benefits to be gained, the Devers replied cleverly. Kelesop said, it doesn't matter if they are from the Zocan tribe or not. On the plains, as long as we are on guard, we do not fear anyone. The important thing now is to find a way to cross the river, break through the blockade of Orontes, and enter Armenia. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more difficult it will be. The leaders were all silent. A day had passed, but there was no discovery. On the second day there was still no good news, but there was a lot of bad news. There were more and more Dukaya mountain people in the nearby mountains, and Leds roughly estimated there to be more than 1,000 people. The Persia soldiers on the opposite side also seemed to be increasing, but the supplies seemed to be decreasing rapidly. The soldiers who went out to collect firewood were also attacked by the Dukaya people from time to time. The grim situation not only made the soldiers feel anxious, but even the leaders began to feel impatient. While the leaders were discussing, Celephon suggested to let Yzam return to the tribe and look for his father, Camoro, to see if he could help the mercenaries drive away the Dukaya people. This was ridiculed by Timicin, and both sides even quarreled. On the morning of the third day, Xenophon brought 2 young warriors and entered the tent with his head held high. It turned out that the 2 warriors had found a place where they could easily cross the river. Hearing this news, the previous conflicts among the leaders disappeared, and they all became excited. But in order not to attract the attention of the Persia people on the other side, Kelesop's changed into an ordinary soldier's uniform and walked with the soldiers to the place where they could cross the river. Chapter 57. The place to cross the river is about 8 miles upstream from our camp. The river is about 85 meters wide, and the deepest part of the river reaches our waist. The bottom of the river is made of stone sand, so it's not too slippery, but it's also quite hard. This side of the river is flat, while the other side has more rocks. Cherisops explained the situation of the exploration in a concise manner. Looks like this is a very good place to cross the river. Let's gather the entire army and quickly cross the river, Timicin said excitedly. But we have to consider that Orontes' troops will intercept us on the other side of the river. If we forcefully cross the river, our casualties will increase. Xanthoparis said cautiously. The Persia will never think that we will cross the river so easily. As long as we rush to the other side of the river as fast as possible, we will definitely be able to give them a surprise attack, Timicin said confidently. Don't forget, we still have the Dukayas behind us. What about our supply camp? Moreover, the Persia have more troops than us, and they also have the Khaldan. As long as they can withstand our attacks for a period of time, we will be in trouble. Who knows how long the sand in the river can support the soldiers? Xanthoparis said with slight worry. Timicin immediately asked in reply, Then what good idea do you have? Xanthoparis said. So we have to discuss how to cross the river smoothly and minimize our losses? I thought you had a good idea? Timothy glanced at him. I have a suggestion, Xenophon interrupted. We can divide a portion of the soldiers to protect the supply camp. When the main army is preparing to cross the river, this portion of the soldiers will lead the supply camp to the original pontoon bridge and pretend to cross the river. The Persia will definitely think that we are going to cross the river again from here and attack them from the rear. They will divide their troops to defend, and when the main army defeats the enemy on the other side, this portion of the soldiers will protect the supply camp and return to the place where the main army is fighting to cross the river. This way, the troops will be divided, and the supply camp will be protected. What do you think? Xenophon said with some satisfaction. It had to be said that Xenophon's plan was not bad. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Cristiano asked, "The supply camp is very large. How many soldiers are you going to send to protect it? If there are too many of them, it will affect the time we have to defeat the Persia. Moreover, if you make the supply camp and the soldiers march back and forth, not only will it easily cause them to be exhausted, it will also make them vulnerable to the attacks of the Dakaya people. Have you considered this aspect?" Xenophon was speechless for a moment. He wriggled and said, "Casualties are inevitable in war. As long as we can minimize the losses." At this moment, Devers said, "Inspired by Xenophon, I've also come up with an idea." As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's gazes focused on him. This was because it had been proven many times that this youngest leader never spoke lightly, and his words always solved the problem. "We will not cross the river for the time being during the day." Devers glanced at the leaders and saw that although they were slightly surprised, they continued to listen quietly. "At night, after the Persia people have entered the camp to sleep, we can first send a unit to cross the river and find a place to hide. When our main forces fight with the Persia tomorrow, they can suddenly attack the rear of the Persia army. This will disrupt the Persia's formation, and thus attack from the front and rear. Not only will they be able to defeat the Persia, they may even annihilate a part of them, thereby weakening the strength of the Persia. This will allow us to enter Armenia and reach Yok Star Sea more smoothly." Everyone's eyes lit up. Devers's suggestion was indeed original and different from the rest. In fact, it was still the leader's thinking that was trapped in the military tradition of frontal assault advocated by the Greeks for hundreds of years. And Devers's plan to cross the river was inspired by the strategy adopted by the Great Red Army in his previous life, which was a combination of smuggling of small units and frontal assault of large units, when they liberated Hainan. "Devers, the soldiers do not have the experience of crossing the river at night. How many people do you want to send to cross the river first? If they riot out of fear when crossing the river, they can easily drown and even alert the Persia, causing our operation to fail. Then, the Persia will know the crossing point that we have painstakingly found." Criano's tone was much better than when he was talking to Xenophon. The problem he was worried about was also an important reason why the mercenaries did not dare to cross the river at night. Also, how will the troops hide after reaching the shore? When will we attack the rear of the Persia army? "I'm afraid we have to consider all of these," Timothy reminded. Devers said without hesitation, "For a unit, these problems are not problems at all." He then looked at Charlesthorpe. Charlesthorpe nodded in agreement. That night, 700 Sparta soldiers successfully sneaked across the Kentrit River. The next morning, the mercenaries began to set up camp. The Persia saw this and quickly gathered on the other side of the river. The mercenaries slaughtered 3 lambs, and the leaders sacrificed them to Oceanus, the god of the ocean and rivers. The whole army sang piously. Organtas had a premonition that the Greeks might cross the river, so he ordered the army to prepare immediately. After the worship, the mercenaries began to march downstream along the river bank. After a few miles, they stopped and rested for a while. Then they turned and marched upstream. The handsome Armenian governor, who was deeply favored by the king of Persia, did not know where the Greeks were going. He thought that they did not dare to cross the river with the Persia army on the other side, so they were looking for a way out. Seeing them running around like headless chickens, he could not help but feel proud. The Persia army continued to march on the other side of the river. The mercenaries finally arrived at the crossing point marked by Charlesthorpe's and immediately stopped moving. Then, according to the previous plan, with the end of the left wing as the axis, the whole army quickly rotated towards the river bank. Before Orjontas could understand, the mercenaries had already spread out in formation towards the Kentrit River. The whole army was divided into 3 parts. The first part was for the 7,000 soldiers who were preparing to cross the river and fight the Persia army. They were standing on the bank in a narrow horizontal and thick column formation because the river crossing was not long. The second part was for the supply camp, which was closely behind them, and the third part was for the 3,000 soldiers who were behind the supply camp, with their backs to the river bank to prevent the attack of the Dushians. Just as the Persia army slowly adjusted their formation, the mercenaries blew the bugle to attack, and the 7,000 soldiers stepped into the Kentrit River without hesitation. Orjontas' expression changed. He finally understood. The Greeks were preparing to cross the river from here. Without worrying about the long-range attacks of the mercenaries, Orjontas hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Let the infantry block the way. Archers! Archers, release the arrows!" As he shouted, he hoped that the Kentrit River would slow down the advance of the mercenaries, and that the arrows would cause chaos among the Greeks, causing them to panic and drown. After a moment of panic, Orjontas regained his composure. After all, he had personally tested the depth of the river. Maybe this is my chance to make a great contribution, he thought excitedly. The Devers followed the soldiers in front of them at the rear of the right wing of the army, stepping on the harder river sand and striding forward. Chapter 58. When they reached the middle of the river, they found that the water only reached their crotch, just as Kirlithorpe's had said. This relieved the uneasy soldiers, and they quickened their pace. The Persia army was already some distance away from the river bank, and the dense rocks along the bank affected their speed. The catapults at the back of the mercenaries used their long range to disrupt the Persia army's formation. Therefore, before the chaotic Persia army could reach the bank, and before the archers could fire 2 rounds of arrows, the mercenaries had already reached the bank. Orontes, a great Persian noble who spent most of his time in his tent drinking wine and playing with dancers, had never done a detailed investigation and understanding of the battlefield. When he saw the mercenaries crossing the river so easily and approaching him like hungry wolves, he completely panicked. Fortunately, his adjutant was calmer, and urged the infantry to quickly surround them. After the first few rows of the mercenaries rushed ashore, they had to slow down because of the rugged reefs on the shore. This gave the Persian army some time to catch their breath. Finally, they surrounded the mercenaries like a tidal wave and gradually surrounded them tightly. The mercenaries were never afraid of close combat. They used the round shield in their left hand to protect themselves and their teammates, and raised their spears high in their right hand to stab the enemy in front of them. The soldiers in the back also stretched their spears forward to protect their teammates in the front, and at the same time, to deter the enemy. Although the soldiers at the back of the formation could not participate in the battle, they did not just stand by and watch. They tried their best to push the soldiers in front of them forward, hoping to use their strength to push back the enemy's formation, or even break it. The valiant Chaldan soldiers faced the mercenaries' ferocious charge head-on. They waved their spears and fought back without showing any signs of weakness. Meanwhile, the Persians had more soldiers and higher ground to offset part of the impact of the Greek heavy infantry. The archers and cavalry at the back of the Persia army did not dare to show weakness. They desperately shot a round of arrows to counter the long-range attacks of the Greek catapults and archers. The 2 sides engaged in a bloody battle on the north bank of the Kentrit River. If the mercenaries won, they would descend upon the soil of Armenia and ravage it, which Orjontas and his Armenians did not wish to see. If the mercenaries lost, they would be destroyed. Therefore, both sides were doing their best. The mercenaries standing in the middle of the river faced the greatest dilemma. On the one hand, the biting water was sapping their strength, and on the other hand, most of the Persia's arrows were falling on them. This allowed them to use their shields to protect themselves while also preventing themselves from being washed away by the river. Devers saw with their own eyes that a soldier had slipped and fallen. The soldiers around him rushed forward to save him, but he was hit by an arrow and fell into the water. It was not a serious injury, but because he was wearing heavy armor, it was difficult for him to get up. Why aren't the Sparta soldiers here yet? Devers were anxiously looking forward to it. Orontes, who was standing on top of a large rock, calmed down because of the balance of the battle. He saw the mercenaries struggling to be washed downstream by the Kentrit River from time to time, and he began to feel hopeful again. Of course he couldn't see, nor would he see, the soldiers under him falling one after another. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the right flank of the army. "What's Atukas doing?" Orontes looked to the right in anger and saw a shocking scene. The light infantry and cavalry archers at the rear of the right flank were fleeing in panic. Behind these defeated soldiers, there were hundreds of fully armed Greek soldiers forming a thin infantry line, driving the defeated soldiers towards the middle. "Greeks! It's the Greeks! Quick, quick!" Orontes panicked once more and began to shout indiscriminately. The adjutant hurriedly led the governor's personal guards forward to stop the defeated soldiers and prevent them from charging through the middle formation. However, the Greek soldiers were not like ordinary Greek heavy infantry at all. They ran quickly and chased after the defeated soldiers behind them. With a swing of their shields, they knocked out one soldier, and with a swing of their spears, they knocked out another soldier. They were simply efficient killing machines. The Persia soldiers ran for their lives like demons from hell. The personal guards could not stop them at all. In an instant, they were swept to the left and the formation of the Persia soldiers on the right and middle was completely shattered. The mercenaries who were stopped at the riverbank easily broke through the line of the panicking Cardan soldiers and began a massacre. It had to be said that the Sparta soldiers, who had been trained since they were young, had strong tactical skills. According to their rough plan, they began to consciously drive the defeated soldiers to the riverbank. Except for a few sober Persia soldiers, most of the soldiers did not know which direction to go and only followed the flow of people. When they saw the wide Kent River in front of them, they all burst into tears of despair. After the personal guards escorted Orontes to a safe place, Orontes could not help but cry when he saw that only a few hundred soldiers followed him out of the originally mighty army of more than 20,000. He knew that with his strength, he could no longer stop the Greek mercenaries from setting foot on Armenia's territory. The mercenary leaders were excited. Faced with a large number of Polish soldiers who had surrendered, they quickly made a decision. They released the soldiers of other races, such as the Cardan soldiers, and expressed the goodwill of the Greek mercenaries to them. As for the Persia soldiers, the leaders and the Devers had no choice but to slaughter them. The Greek heavy infantry ignored the pleas of the thousands of unarmed Persia soldiers and used shields and spears to drive them into the Kent River. They stabbed them randomly and used stones and arrows to cause chaos in the river. Those who fell into the water would pull down the people around them in order to survive. They were like crabs in a jar, pulling at each other's legs, and no one could escape. Not long after, the Devers saw that the river was densely packed with floating corpses. He sighed inwardly and shifted his gaze to the other side. There was no trace of the Dukayas. Obviously, they were too frightened to come out after seeing the defeat of the Polish army. The mercenaries' rearguard and supply camp were also able to easily cross the Kent River. Then, under the leadership of the leaders, the whole army occupied the empty camp of Orontes. The fleeing Persia left behind a large number of supplies. So, after the whole army made sacrifices to Zeus and Oceanus, they began to celebrate their victory. Because everyone knew that after defeating Orontes, no one in Armenia could stop them from advancing forward. They were even more confident that they could return to Greece. Epilogue of the first volume. After finishing the first volume, the Dever's adventure in Persia temporarily came to an end. In fact, the content I wrote was only a very small part of Xenophon's The Long March. The mercenaries also experienced a lot of difficulties and setbacks, but there was no need to waste ink on this because it was not the focus of the book. Also, I'm not boasting, but I don't like to write too much when I write. In fact, the author's writing style is poor. He doesn't know how to pile up flowery words, laugh. The Devers was reborn in this era and adapted to it. Through his own wisdom and hard work, he became the leader of the mercenaries and gradually mastered military skills. He won the hearts of the troops and gained a firm foothold. He had already achieved the goal of this volume. Next, he should fight for his ideals, and not endlessly fight and kill on the way back to his hometown. For me, it was a relief because this volume restricted my imagination and thinking too much. After all, the idea of this volume could not deviate too much from the time, characters, events, and other clues in The Long March. On the basis of retaining about 20% of the story in the original book, I made 80% of the innovations. The following story took place in a region that was unfamiliar to readers and unfamiliar to scholars. The history of this region could only be found in Herodotus' History, Thucydides' History of the War of Peloponnesus, and other works left behind by scholars of that era. Combined with historical evidence such as ruins, inscriptions, and artifacts excavated by later generations, scholars had a general understanding of the region's history during that period. However, there was no detailed record of its history, so the recorded history of the various city-states was intermittent. Not only were the political systems and diplomatic relations of the various city-states vague, but the characters, events, and time of occurrence were also not very specific. Based on the collected information, there was even less information about it in our country. Combined with my own inference and coupled with my imagination, I conceived a story that I felt was more reasonable. As the Devers moved forward, I unveiled its mysterious veil. I hope you will be satisfied. The Devers still had a long journey ahead of them. This was just the beginning. Let us accompany him, encourage him, and experience his legendary journey together. Chapter 59. In 657 BC, Prince Bezan of the Greek city-state of Megara, next to Athens and to its southwest, was preparing to lead his people to build a colony on the coast of Asia Minor. He asked Delphi for an oracle to help him choose a suitable location to build the city, but he received a vague answer: build the city opposite the blind man. Bezan didn't understand the oracle at first, but when his ship arrived at the city of Charcetin on the east side of the Bosporus Strait, he suddenly understood. Charcetin's geographical location was so bad that he couldn't see the Golden Horn Bay on the other side. It was obvious that only a blind man would build a city there. Thus, he built a colony on the other side of Charcetin and named it Byzantium. Since Megara wasn't a strong city-state, the number of immigrants it could provide was limited. After a few hundred years of development, Byzantium was still a small city, but its position gradually became more important. After the rise of Athens, food mainly came from the city-states in the Yoke Galaxy. Therefore, Byzantium, which had already conquered Charcetin, was the hub city that guarded the sea passage between the Yoke Galaxy and the Aegean Sea. Naturally, it became the focus of Athens' attention. After that, Byzantium joined the Delian League and became an ally of Athens. After the Peloponnesian War, the Spartans, who were the victors of the Peloponnesian War, saw the geographical location of the Byzantine Empire. Not only did they establish a puppet regime in the Byzantine Empire, but they also stationed troops in the city and controlled the Bosporus Strait. One day in the early spring of 399 BC, Berko's ship sailed into the port of Byzantium. Standing at the bow of the ship, he saw more than 100 warships densely packed at the port. He temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. I should be able to make it in time. Just as he was following the instructions of the port manager and directing the crew to slowly sail the ship to the designated port, the people who were busy at the port suddenly screamed. In the chaos, many people jumped onto the ships in panic, untied the ropes, and were about to sail away from the port. Without coordination, the ships collided with each other, and it was a mess. Some ships were even knocked over, and the crew panicked and fell into the water. Burkos hurriedly ordered the ship to row back. Fortunately, he hadn't entered the port yet, and he escaped the disaster. He anchored the ship outside the port unwillingly and observed the situation. Many people had the same idea as him. After a while, hundreds of ships of various sizes were anchored outside the port, floating up and down with the waves. Looking at the previously bustling port, in the blink of an eye, it had become empty, leaving behind a mess. Burkos was puzzled, so he asked the neighboring ship loudly, "Hey, what's going on?" "It's those damn mercenaries. The mercenaries from Persia are going to attack Byzantium." "Mercenaries attacking the Byzantine Empire?" Burkos' heart skipped a beat. "Why?" "I don't know. They heard that Sparta lied to them and told them that they would be given food as long as they arrived at Byzantium. However, when they arrived at Byzantium, they didn't fulfill their promise and even tricked them out of the city and closed the gate. Therefore, these mercenaries were furious. Sigh, in this world, there are soldiers with spears and shields roaming the streets like bandits. The unlucky ones are us ordinary citizens." An old man who looked like the captain of the ship said, "Brother, you are not a Byzantine, right? Where are you from?" Burkos hesitated for a second and said, "Turii." "Turii? Oh, I know that city. Is it in Greece?" "I haven't been there, but I have been to Tarentum. It is a good place, so rich. I say, your place is the best. Right now, Asia Minor is in chaos, and wars can break out everywhere." Burkos didn't want to listen to the old man's rambling, so he asked, "Who is in charge of Byzantium now?" "General Krinder of Sparta," the old man complained. "Sparta only know how to kill people, but they don't know how to manage a city. It has only been a few years since they conquered Byzantium. Look, they are much worse than before." Sigh. Burkos suddenly thought of something and asked, "Old man, what's your name? You have been a captain for many years, right? You should be familiar with all the ship owners here." "Byzantium's Pisilas. When Pericles of Athens became the chief general, I started running ships. At that time, he even led the Athens fleet to Yoke Galaxy to buy wheat, and I met him before. I am familiar with all the ship owners and ship owners here. I watched a lot of them grow up." The old man bragged about his past and asked casually, "What? You want to use ships?" Maybe," Burkos said vaguely. "What are you transporting?" The old man didn't avoid the topic and continued to ask, "Food? Wood? Stone? Olive oil?" Burkos was a little helpless against this old man's questioning. He thought for a while and said, "Maybe people." The old man's eyes opened wide, and he immediately thought of something. "Could it be those mercenaries? No wonder you asked me if I know all the ship owners here. Great. That was great. Quickly get them out of here, and our Byzantium will be peaceful for a while." Burkos didn't admit nor deny. At this moment, a signal came from the port. "Everything is safe and the ships are allowed to enter the port. Hey brother, if you want to use a ship, you can come to the port. Tell any Byzantine at the port, find old Pisilas, and they will bring you to me." As the ships entered the port, the old man was still at the back of the ship, and he left a message for Burkos. "Okay." Burkos answered. He was thinking, should I visit the Byzantine commander of Sparta, Krinder, first? There were a few Thracian villages not far away from the city of Byzantium, and the military camps of the Greek mercenaries were everywhere. It was already dusk, and most of the soldiers were resting. Only one big tent was lit by candlelight. Devers was thinking hard in the tent, and he didn't even notice Kristoya coming in. "Dear, what are you thinking about?" Kristoya reached out her snow-white arms and hugged Devers from behind and asked softly. Devers sniffed her hair and sighed. He said, "Today we arranged the soldiers to put on a show. We made the angry Sparta pretend that they are going to attack Byzantium, and we forced them to give us some supplies. However, this can't solve the problem. Mirza's sneaked into the city and got some information. Sparta's general, Tiburon, was appointed as the governor of Asia Minor of Sparta. He has arrived at Ephesus and started to recruit soldiers. It seems like your judgment is correct. Sparta is going to start a war with Persia. Sparta's commander Krender trapped us here, and he wants us to help him eliminate the Thracians nearby. I'm afraid he wants us to help him fight against Persia." "Didn't Caristhorpes think highly of you? When he went back to report on his work, he even asked Anisus to take care of you. Unfortunately, you ignored Anisis's attempts to rope you in. Now, he's on good terms with Xenophon." Kristoya caressed his face and teased. "Xenophon is good at this, but I'm not interested in Sparta." Divers scratched his head in annoyance. "If we keep fighting with Sparta, I'm afraid we won't even have a place to bury ourselves before we die. It's a pity that we're fish out of the sea now. We can only wait to be slaughtered." Kristoya kissed him gently on the cheek. "Dear, don't be so depressed. I met someone on my way here. He might be able to solve your problem." "Who?" Davos was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 60. The Devers looked over and saw a middle-aged man walk into the tent. He was of medium build and had a kind and amiable face. The middle-aged man was also looking at the Devers. Although he had heard some rumors about this mercenary leader, he was still surprised by his young age when he met him in person. However, the Devers now looked a little different from when he fought at the Kentrit River half a year ago. Not only did he have a circle of stubble on his chin and a scar on his face, but the hardships and bloody battles along the way had also made him more experienced and murderous. His eyes were sharper and more threatening. "Turii citizen Buckos greets the Devers." The middle-aged man stepped forward and saluted the Devers. "Turii." The Devers was a little confused. He had never majored in history in his previous life, so he knew nothing about this city. The uneducated memory of this body was also of no help. At this time, Kristoya saw his confusion and explained softly, "Turii is located in the west of the Taranto Bay in Great Greece. It is the youngest Greek city in southern Italy. After Sybaris was destroyed by Crotone twice, the people of Sybaris who lost their homes sought help from Athens. At that time, Pericles was the chief general of Athens. He responded to the request of the people of Sybaris and decided to build a new Greek city on the old site of Sybaris. So he called on all the cities in Greece, including Miletus, to migrate there. This is how Turii came about." "Madam, you are absolutely right. I respect your profound knowledge." Although Buckos was surprised that a woman would appear in such an important meeting place, he still behaved politely. "Sybaris. Sybaris." The Devers felt that the name was a little familiar. He repeated it a few times and suddenly remembered. "Oh, is it the Sybaris where the citizens lived a luxurious life, and even used the war horse to train to dance but was defeated by Crotone with music?" "Yes." Buckos looked at Devers's excited expression and couldn't help but wonder if his ability was as magical as the rumors said. The reason Divers remembered this story was because Sybaris's extravagant lifestyle had led to their downfall. It had become a fable in the West in his previous life, and this story was also related to the famous ancient Greek mathematician Pythagoras. "Italy." Devers pondered for a while and suddenly became interested. "Why are you looking for me?" Buckos became nervous. At first, he was full of confidence, but the successive rejections from the leaders made him a little worried. Devers was his last hope. "Tourists are being invaded by the indigenous people, so we want to hire you and your soldiers to help us defeat these indigenous people." Devers and Kristoya looked at each other. Buckos continued, "Of course we will pay you handsomely. How much can you pay?" Devers leaned forward and asked with interest. Buckos felt hopeful and immediately perked up. 1 Dalek gold coin per month for a soldier. Divers said nothing. Instead, he sat back down. "Oh, I remembered wrong. It should be 1.5. No. It should be 2. 2 Dalek gold coins." Buckos saw that Devers remained expressionless, and his voice trembled. "What happened to tourists that made you so anxious?" Devers suddenly smiled. Buckos thought to himself, "Oh no, I underestimated this young man. At the same time, I was anxious to see if the hire would succeed. I gave myself away under the young man's silent seduction. Buckos, if you want me to cooperate with tourists, then you better tell me the truth," Devers said in a tone that did not allow for refusal. Buckos, on the other hand, heard a glimmer of hope, so he adjusted his mood and said with a heavy heart, "The Lucanians, the indigenous people of Italy, have invaded the territory of Tullage. After a discussion at the Tullage General Assembly, they unanimously decided to send troops to repel the Lucanians. So, we sent 10,000 heavy infantry and 1,000 cavalry, but we suffered a crushing defeat. The ferocious Lucanians slaughtered our soldiers wantonly. They cut their bodies into pieces and piled them outside the city. Less than 300 citizens managed to return to the city. When I set off, the natives had not yet attacked the city, but they had already occupied the city of Amendola, north of Turis. This caused considerable panic among the Turis citizens. Now they pin all their hopes on me. So. As he spoke, Buckos's tears rolled down his face. Devers, who had seen too many tragedies in the past year, had a heart of stone. He was familiar with Buckos' sadness and asked in surprise, "So many soldiers. Are they all Turis citizens?" "Yes, Turis is one of the most prosperous cities in Greece." Buckos wiped his tears and said proudly, 11,000 soldiers actually failed. Are the Lucanians very powerful?" Devers continued to ask curiously. "No. Actually, there are only 8,000 Lucanians." Buckos was afraid that Devers would be frightened, so he could only say, "It's just that. It's just that the interior of Turis. The main thing is that they did not have a good commander. They advanced too rashly and fell into an ambush." "Oh, I see." Devers rubbed the stubble on his chin and asked again, "Why didn't you ask for help from the other cities?" "We, the southern Greek city-states, have a defensive alliance, but for some reason, the natives have begun to invade the territories of the other city-states. Tarentum, Locri, and Crotone do not have extra forces to support us. Syracuse is also facing the attack of Carthage. I even asked for help from Sparta, but Sparta seems to be at odds with Persia. They rejected my request, but agreed to help me hire soldiers in Greece." Buckos said helplessly, "Greece is not lacking in soldiers now. Why did you ask for us?" Devers asked again. Buckos immediately said in a flattering tone, "I had already recruited some soldiers in Ephesus, but I heard about you guys. I wanted to safely retreat from the hinterland of Persia. Your bravery and strength had already been proven. If I could hire you guys who are experienced in battles, then defeating the Lucanians wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, when I heard from the merchant ships anchored in Ephesus that they saw you guys in Chrysopolis, I immediately rushed over. I didn't expect you guys to be in Byzantine again." Buckos' flattery didn't affect Devers's thinking. He nodded and continued to ask, "Are the Lucanians strong? What types of soldiers do they have? How are their equipment? What are their combat strengths?" One question after another smashed into Buckos's brain like iron nails. At first, Buckos was able to deal with them easily, but later on, it became very difficult. This was because Devers had already asked some complicated questions. For example, how big is the territory of the Lucanians? How many cities are there? What do they do for a living? What is the political system like? How is their relationship with the outside world? Buckos tried his best to answer Devers's questions. At the same time, he was surprised that a mercenary leader could ask such complicated questions. After he felt that Devers was different from the others, his confidence increased. Only people who wanted to go would think about the details of the situation. I have a general idea of the situation. After Devers finished speaking, Buckos let out a long sigh. This was a few times more difficult than answering questions from citizens in a citizens' meeting. I think Timison, Xantiparis, and Clino all turned you down, didn't they? Divers said. Buckos looked at him in surprise again. My military camp is at the back. You have to go through them to get to my place. From what I know, Timison wants to go back to Ioria, his hometown. Xantiparis and Clino, on the other hand, received a high salary from Seth, the leader of a tribe in Thrace, and they are prepared to work for him. And Xenophon is with Anacoshan right now. I'm your only chance, isn't I? Chapter 61. The Devers laughed. My answer is to accept Turii's employment. Even though Buckos was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Don't be too happy yet. This is only my personal opinion. I still need to convince my subordinates and soldiers. After more than a year of fighting in Persia, many of them are tired of war and are eager to return home. The Devers poured cold water on Buckos's enthusiasm and said, I will try my best to convince them. Of course, the higher the salary, the more they will be convinced. 2 Derrick gold coins per month for one soldier, Buckos said decisively. The Devers calculated in his mind and asked, How many people do you need? Of course, the more the better. Buckos blurted out without hesitation. How arrogant! If I were to bring 5,000 people with me, the monthly salary and provisions would be a huge figure. Can Tulii afford it? I told you that Turii is one of the most prosperous cities in Greece. Even if you bring 10,000 people with you, Tulii can easily support you for a year on his own, Buckos said confidently. Okay, I hope so. The Devers expressed his optimism and asked, Also, how are we going to Turii? How many ships do you have? I have already negotiated with the owners of the ships in Byzantine. As long as you pay, you can have as many ships as you want. Then, will the people of Sparta agree to let us leave for Turii? The Devers asked the question that he was most concerned about. I have already received the authorization from the Senate of Sparta. At the same time, the head of the Byzantine Empire, Creed, is having a headache over your existence. He is happy to see you leave, Buckos answered confidently. Therefore, the Devers agreed without hesitation. It seems like you have arranged everything. Then, I will tell you the number of soldiers I want to bring tomorrow morning and discuss a more detailed employment agreement with you. Okay, I will come back tomorrow morning. I hope you have good news. Although there were some twists and turns in the beginning, the negotiation was successful in the end. Buckos left in a happy mood. Dear, are you really going to Turii? Christoia, who had been listening quietly, asked. Yes. Devers turned around, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Christoia, maybe this is a good opportunity. A chance for us to turn from fish in the water into fishermen casting nets. Matonis sat on the ground, feeling both excited and curious. Ever since he became a platoon leader, he had never participated in the discussion and formulation of any decision in the military camp. This time, Harold Assists was the one who urgently informed the platoon leaders to attend the meeting. Could it be that there was an important decision to be made? He looked around and saw Olivers talking and laughing with the people around him. This kid was now a platoon leader and had the same status as him. Every time Matonis saw Olivers, he would be annoyed. Therefore, he shouted, Olivers, there is a military meeting here, not your tent. Please be quiet. Olivers turned around and laughed. So it's the brave Matonis. Have the 2 soldiers who violated the military rules and robbed the citizens of Byzantine been punished? When Matonis heard this, although he was filled with anger, he did not dare to shout any more. Ever since they entered Armenia, Devers had become an important leader in the mercenary army. His military talent was recognized by the leaders and soldiers, and he also won over the hearts of his subordinates. Therefore, he started to reform and reorganize the mercenary army. During the expedition in Armenia, the mercenary army had many small conflicts with the local natives, and many of them were killed and injured, including the officers. Also, Armenia, Farsia, Torquia, and other places were mostly mountainous, and it wasn't easy for a large army to spread out. Therefore, according to the actual situation, Devers first merged the army of 1,400-man teams into 7 companies of 200 men. Each company had 4 teams of 50 men. This way, not only was it convenient to command, but it was also more flexible in mountain battles. Because a single team was strong enough to repel a small group of enemies, and a regiment had the ability to take on independent combat missions. Because it had 4 teams, it could use 2 teams to fight head-on, another team to circle around the flanks, and the last team to act as a reserve. After this reorganization, the efficiency of his army greatly increased. Some soldiers even said proudly in private, "Our Devers are not only blessed by Hades, but they are also enlightened by Athens." Then, Devers took advantage of the death and injury of the officers to promote his trusted subordinate. For example, Helos was promoted to a company captain, and Matones, Olivers, and Geogres were promoted to team captains. This allowed him to have more control over his troop. Then, he started to implement the second step of the reform plan. He created a military law to strictly control the soldiers. To the mercenaries who were free and undisciplined, this was a death sentence. But the situation was special at that time. A considerable part of the conflict with the local natives was caused by the soldiers' wanton theft and robbery. Therefore, enforcing military discipline was the best way to reduce the conflict. But Devers not only enforced military discipline, but also made some rules for marching, camping, scouting, and other military aspects. For example, Devers used to be surprised at how simple the mercenaries built their camp. Sometimes there was no protection at all. Therefore, when camping, the camp must dig trenches, set up deer abatis, and build earthen ramparts. In the beginning, the soldiers were unwilling to do it. They were already tired after marching and fighting, and they still had to do such hard work. Wasn't it tiring? But after 2 night raids by the natives, the soldiers in the other camps were defeated. There were casualties, and there were losses. Only the Devers troops were safe under the protection of the trenches and earthen walls. Only then did the soldiers start to accept this rule in their hearts. Of course, the Devers only made some simple rules. He didn't dare to take them too seriously. For example, running away during a battle was a felony that was punishable by beheading in his previous world. But if he did that, the soldiers in the camp would definitely rebel. Therefore, he only used some lighter punishments. Flogging, he didn't dare to flog too much, fasting, and so on. To the Greeks who valued honor, it was extremely embarrassing to be stripped naked and spanked in front of their comrade. Unless it was a special situation, they would try their best to abide by the rules. Of course, many soldiers couldn't stand the rules and ran to other camps. In addition to the casualties, the number of soldiers in the Devers' camp should have been greatly reduced. One had to know that when the entire Greek mercenary army returned to Byzantium, it was reduced from the original 13,000 purely soldiers to 9,000. This was already half the number in history, and the Devers played a big role in this. But the number of soldiers under his command was still about the same as when he first took over, about 1,400 soldiers. There were 4 reasons why the number of soldiers didn't decrease. First, the Devers tried to be as fair as possible in managing the army. No matter if it was a commander or an ordinary soldier, they were all treated equally. The loot from every battle and raid was also distributed by Marigi to the soldiers according to their contributions. The Devers came empty-handed. Second, his troops were the strongest and had the fewest casualties, especially after the military reform. To the soldiers who wanted to go home alive, the Devers were a strong source of support. Third, the Devers medical camp healed a large number of injured soldiers, and half of them chose to stay. Fourth, the Devers were charismatic. He was a God-favored military genius, and he was mysterious. However, he was kind to his soldiers, and he even used his war horse to carry the wounded soldiers. The soldiers were happy to accept his command, and they affectionately called him our Devers. Now, the Devers led the mercenaries for more than half a year, and they started to get used to the military laws that were simple to the Devers, but they were very strict on the soldiers. Therefore, Matones knew that his soldiers violated the laws that the Devers set before they came to Byzantium, and they would definitely be punished. This was hard for him to accept since he was protective of his soldiers. At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The Devers opened the tent and walked into the hall with Marigi. Chapter 62. Diver's main tent could not accommodate more than 40 people, so he asked Maltius, the captain of the guards, to lead 30 members. The number of guards had also increased, to surround an open space in front of the tent to prevent strangers from entering and snooping, and to light torches around it. The Devers scanned through everyone's faces. Captain of the 1st Heavy Infantry Company, calm and generous Capus captain of the 2nd Heavy Infantry Company. Antonius, who was good at spotting enemies and seizing opportunities, captain of the 3rd Heavy Infantry Company. Brave Amintus, captain of the 4th Heavy Infantry Company. Alexis, who was good at thinking and planning, captain of the 5th Heavy Infantry Company. His loyal subordinate Helos, captain of the 1st Light Shield Company. Epigenes, who was good at tactics, captain of the 2nd Light Shield Company. Xpit, who worshipped the Devers because of his devotion to God, also included Mirzas, medical officer helps, herald assists, and cavalry captain Leds. Even though he didn't have many horses left, the Devers still kept this organization and soldiers. After all, they had a lot of experience in cavalry battles. There were also 28 team leaders, all of whom were experienced in combat and had their own talent. In addition, there were 1,400 veterans who had been fighting for more than a year. These were all the people he needed to establish himself in this world. Tonight, he had to convince them to continue following him to fight in a foreign land that was thousands of miles away after a long year of fighting. He wasn't very confident about this. Thinking about this, he lightly coughed and said, "Brothers, the farce you put on in the Byzantine Empire today was great." Cleander immediately showed his sympathy for our situation and was willing to provide us with some food. "This is all thanks to you guys." Everyone laughed. Olivers even said loudly, "Leader, this isn't a farce. It's a comedy. You didn't see how those Byzantines fainted in fear." Everyone laughed again. Only Martones had a guilty conscience, so he lowered his head and snickered. "Yeah, a comedy." The Devers sighed and said, "But how long can this comedy last? We are trapped here, we can't go anywhere, we don't dare to go." According to reliable sources, Sparta was ready to go to war with Persia. Sparta's general, Tiburon, had already arrived at Ephesus to recruit soldiers. How could he let go of a group of veterans with rich experience fighting against Persia? "It won't be long before we fight on Persia's soil again." Is this true? I'm tired of fighting with Persia. I don't want to go back. How could this be? I'm ready to buy a piece of land in Crete and find a wife. The crowd immediately became restless, and they began to discuss among themselves. Devers did not answer them. Instead, he revealed another shocking piece of news. Moreover, the kind-hearted Cleander is about to step down. He will be replaced by Aristarchus of Sparta. Someone exclaimed, "Ah!" Devers glanced in that direction and said coldly, "Some of you know him, and some of you don't. Let me tell you, this Sparta was famous in the previous war with Athens. Not because he fought bravely, but because the Devers' expression was solemn, and he emphasized each word. He sold the defeated Greeks into slavery twice. His words were like pouring a can of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. The crowd immediately exploded. Is he going to sell us? If he dares to do this, I will fight him. We are free people, not enemies of Sparta. They have no reason to do this, and this is against the Greek tradition. Sparta has always been arrogant and domineering. Now that it's the overlord of Greece, it has the final say in everything it does. Devers looked at the panicking crowd, and his voice was full of emotion. He said, "We are free Greeks, we live hard in order to survive. However, in the eyes of the Sparta people and the citizens of the city, we are landless peasants, thieves, and robbers who threaten the stability of the city. Therefore, Anaxis can lie to us at will," referring to the fact that this Sparta naval officer tricked them into going to Byzantium, saying that he would pay them, but he broke the contract as soon as he arrived. Cleander can also lie to us at will, such as tricking us out of the city, closing the gate, not giving us food, and facing the large number of Thracians. Sparta is so powerful, do we dare to resist? We can either be sold into slavery, without food or warm clothes, and one day, we will die of exhaustion in the farms or mines, and our bodies will be thrown into the wilderness. Or we can follow Sparta into battle, and we will be covered in wounds every day until we die in some unknown wilderness. Of course, there is a chance that we will be lucky enough to return home safely, but so what? As a landless free person, we will be considered a foreigner in any city. We will not be able to enjoy the rights of any city, and we will be despised until we die in obscurity. Everyone listened quietly. It was so quiet that they could hear someone sobbing. At this time, the Devers also had tears in their eyes. Is this the result that we want after fighting for a year in Persia and struggling to return home? Can't we even have the right to live a peaceful and happy life? Is there no place in this world for poor free people like us to live peacefully? The Devers' roars and questions came from the bottom of their hearts, and every officer in the room woke up. They clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, and their eyes were filled with anger and pain. Helos stood up, stretched out his trembling hands, and said, "Leader of the Devers, our commander, the gods favored of Hades, please tell us, what should we do? What should we do to get out of our predicament?" "Yes, leader of the Devers, we need your oracle." Helo's words reminded many of them. Capys, Antonius, and the others excitedly begged the Devers. When everyone's eyes were focused on the Devers' face, his expression became extremely solemn. "Last night, a person entered my dream. His body was emitting a golden light, and I couldn't see his face clearly. He pulled me up from the bed, through the window, and flew into the sky. I looked down in fear, and the Mediterranean Sea appeared clearly in front of me like a painting. The Peloponnesus Peninsula was like a hammer plunging into the sea, and Italy to the west was like a leather boot. Further to the west, I also saw the Pillar of Hercules was like a door that separated the Mediterranean Sea from the ocean. The Mediterranean coast of Egypt was like a long green carpet that extended all the way to Africa." The Devers' dreamy narration attracted everyone. They compared it with their own geographical knowledge, and realized that the Mediterranean Sea looked like this. This made them believe in the Devers' words. At this time, the person emitting the golden light said something to me. "What did he say?" everyone asked in unison. "He said, 'Devers, your mission and that of your soldiers is in the west of the Mediterranean Sea.' After saying that, he pushed me down from the air, and I woke up in shock," the Devers said with lingering fear, as if he was still in a dream. "West of the Mediterranean Sea? Where is that? Is it in Sicily? It could be Italy. It could also be Iberia. Why can't it be Nubia? Who is the person emitting the golden light? Is it Hades? How could Hades have the golden light? It should be Athena of Athens." Just as everyone was speculating, the Devers sighed. Ever since he became the leader, he deliberately avoided using his identity as a god's chosen and used his own ability to win the trust of his subordinates. But this time, it was a matter of great importance. He had to rely on the Greek gods again. He deliberately said the oracle vaguely, because the oracle was ambiguous in the first place. For example, in the past, there was a kingdom of Lydia in Asia Minor that wanted to go to war with Persia. They specially went to Delphi and spent a lot of money to ask for the oracle of Apollo. The oracle said that a large country would be destroyed. The Lydians happily went back to war, but in the end, the Lydia kingdom was destroyed. The explanation of the priest of Apollo was, in Asia Minor, the Lydia kingdom was also a large country. Note, Thurii. Chapter 63. At first, I didn't know what the west of the Mediterranean meant. But today, when the Thurii people came to find me, I knew that the dream had come true. Divers gave a brief introduction of Buckoz's story, a little excited. The tourists want to hire us to fight the natives? Kappas asked. Yes, I heard that the whole of Magna Graecia is threatened by the natives. Turis is just one of the cities that suffered the most, the Devers explained. While everyone was still thinking about whether to accept the invitation, Antonio stood up and said, But Persia is far away from us, and Turis is also far away from us. Going to Turis to fight is no different from fighting in Persia. The Devers secretly gave Antonio's a look of admiration. He seemed to be asking questions, but in fact, it was so that the Devers could explain further. The Devers said seriously, We will follow Sparta to fight against Persia. If we win, Sparta will benefit, and we will only get a meager salary. If we lose, we will fall in a foreign land, and even our souls will not be able to return to hell. But going to Magna Graecia is different. The Devers looked around and said excitedly, First of all, I just said that tourists pay us $2 a month, which is a lot more than what Cyrus the Younger gave us. Second, the people in Magna Graecia are Greeks like us, and we will help them fight in the land of the same race. We will not lack support, and we will receive care and attention. Third, Magna Graecia is different from the barren mainland Greece. There are many rivers, the land is fertile, and every city is very rich. Does anyone know how many people there were in Athens during Pericles' time? The Devers asked, but his eyes were on Alexis, because this heavy infantry platoon leader from Megara had studied in Athens for 2 years when he was young. As expected, he did not disappoint the Devers. After thinking for a while, he said, About 300,000 people. Yes, 300,000 people, a shocking number. But do you know? A few decades ago, Syracuse in Greece also had 300,000 people, and Thurii, Crotone, Locri, Tarentum, Liguim, Agrigento, and so on, were all great cities like Syracuse. This was what the Devers learned from Christoia. Therefore, we are not going to a remote and backward area, but a bustling city. There are many opportunities waiting for us there. Devers praised the prosperity of Greece. Leader Devers, what do you mean by opportunity? Defeat the Lucarians? Will they be rewarded handsomely, or something else? The quick-witted Epicthenes sensed the hidden meaning in his words and asked. Good question. This is also the last benefit of going to Thurii that I was going to talk about. It's also the biggest benefit. Divers raised a finger and said energetically, the messenger said, Due to the invasion of the Lucanians and the Bruttians, some small towns in Greece, especially in southern Italy, have been captured by the natives. What does this mean for us? The Devers clenched his finger into a fist and waved it in the air. It means that when we gain a foothold in Greece and take back a small town, we will have the opportunity to become the master of that town. We will no longer be the landless free people who are looked down upon by others. We will be citizens of a city with land. We will no longer be mercenaries who can't decide our own fate. We will be the masters of the city. I think this is the mission that the dreamer told me. No matter what your decision is, I have decided to go to Greece and fulfill my mission. The hall fell into a strange silence. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Devers' raised fist. Their eyes were filled with extreme desire. For thousands of years, the Greeks of various cities had been fighting each other for the small and barren land of Greece. Wasn't it for the land? The Greeks became a seafaring people because they had a large population but little land. Mercenaries had to travel for a living because they had no roots. Now that the hope of owning land was placed in front of them, how could they not be overjoyed? They were afraid that the flame of hope would be extinguished. In this moment of silence, Xpit said weakly, "But there are a lot of powerful natives there. Even the people of Greece can't stop them. We're not trash like those in Greece. The Lucanians are definitely not stronger than the Dukayas and the Chaldans. If you're afraid, don't go." Amyntas shouted in disdain. "Who said I'm not going? Leader Devers, since this is the mission that Hades has given you, I will help you complete it even if I have to give up my life." Xpit opened his palms and bowed to the Devers with great sincerity. "Devers, I am your shield. How can you go to Turii without me?" Helos raised his right fist and stood up. "And I, Amyntas, am your spear. It's not enough to have a shield without a spear." Another fist was raised. "Leader, please let me continue to help you with military affairs. Only then will you have more time to think about how to win the war." Felicius stood up. "Leader, you can't go to Turii without me as the vanguard." Antonios stood up. "Leader, let me continue to be in charge of the middle road for you." Capys also stood up. "And I, Alexis, will always be your backup at critical moments." Another fist was raised. "How can you go to Turii without us light shield soldiers who can fight and throw?" Epicthenes stood up with a smile. "Devers, don't forget, you still lack an important supply officer." A chubby fist was raised. "My respected teacher, I still want to continue learning medical theories from you. So, wherever you go, I will follow." Herpes stood up solemnly. "I am your herald, you can't leave me behind." Assists hurriedly stood up. The Devers watched as more than 40 fists were raised into the sky like a small forest, ready to receive the baptism of the coming storm. He couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He waved his right hand forward and said, "Brothers, follow me. Let's go to the west and find our Elysium." After receiving a warm response from the team officers, the Devers negotiated with them to keep the real purpose of going to Turii a secret. Otherwise, there would be a lot of obstacles. They immediately swore to the god of the underworld. Then, the Devers asked them to use all kinds of methods to persuade the soldiers to go to Turii. They also asked them to secretly go to other camps and secretly persuade the soldiers to join them. These experienced soldiers had fought together before, so the Devers didn't want to give them up. Then, the Devers brought Marigi back to the tent. Before he could say anything, Marigi said, "I am willing to go to Turii with you." The Devers turned around and smiled. "You are very smart. Isn't that why you asked me to listen in?" Marigi said angrily. "If I don't agree, what will you do? Kill me?" The Devers shook his head and said, "I will only tie your hands and feet, throw you into the cabin, and let you out when we reach Turii. Devers, I have always thought of you as a cultured, knowledgeable, and trustworthy Greek. I didn't expect you to be a robber like them," Marigi said through gritted teeth. "This is what a slave says to a master who saved his life?" The Devers pretended to be surprised. "Slave?" Marigi was shocked, as if he had misunderstood the Devers. Chapter 64. Who do you think you are in the eyes of Timocin and Clino? Think about what will happen if I leave you, your wife, and your daughter here. Devers sneered. "You said you would send me to Asia Minor," Marigi said angrily. "Asia Minor is going to war, didn't you hear that? I can go to a remote mountain in Asia Minor and live a secluded life." Marigi was still stubborn. "That's a waste of your talent, Marigi. I've always thought that Cyrus the Younger only let you be his personal merchant, and that's a waste of your talent. Of course, in Persia, your birth limits your chances of success. But if you follow me, you won't be restricted by anything. I'll give you a vast world to showcase your talent." Devers promised him. Follow you? You're going to fight with the Aborigines and become the king of a small village? Marigi curled his lips. Marigi, there's a saying in the East, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. The founding king of Persia, Cyrus, was just the leader of a small tribe in Persia. He was bullied by the Medes. Who would have thought that he would build a powerful empire after a few decades? I'm just a leader of a mercenary army, but I might have a glorious day after a few decades, Devers said confidently. You? How can you be compared to Cyrus the Younger? Marigi said disdainfully, but his voice was much softer. He did not dare to look at Devers's burning gaze. He hesitated for a while and said with a trembling voice, Do I have a choice? Devers laughed. What do you think? If you really succeed, what will you ask me to do? Marigi raised his head and looked at Devers. Devers thought for a moment and raised 2 fingers. He said in a serious tone, You have 2 choices. The first is to make you the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and you'll be in charge of diplomatic affairs with all the city-states. The second is to create a new Minister of Commerce, and you'll be in charge of all business affairs. Marigi hesitated for a while and finally made up his mind. The last negotiation with Zokin scared me enough. I choose the second one. Okay, I'll keep it for you, Devers promised. The next day, Buckos was very excited when he learned that all the officers of the Devers barracks were going to Turai. Devers left Marigi to discuss the employment agreement with Buckos, while he left to focus on persuading the soldiers to accept Turai's offer. In fact, most of the mercenaries were destitute and had nothing to worry about. That was why they chose to live on the edge of a knife. After a long period of war, they could no longer adapt to a peaceful life. Their longing for home in Persia and the huge difference in the treatment they received when they returned to the Greek city-states made them attracted by the Devers' charm and Turai's generous salary. Only about 300 of them chose to stay. The rest of the soldiers were willing to follow the Devers to Greece. At the same time, the officers' persuasion in the other barracks was fruitful. As they were about to return home, the officers had neither the desire nor the ability to control the soldiers, so soldiers from the other barracks joined them one after another. By evening, the total number of Devers's soldiers had reached more than 2,000, and even General Hieronymus was among them. The heated negotiations also settled down. The main content of the employment agreement was as follows. 1. The Turai hired the Devers leader to lead a total of 2,133 soldiers. The salary was 2 Dalek gold coins per soldier per month, which must be paid in full at the end of each month. They would also be provided with a free station and 1 gene of wheat flour per person per day. If there was any delay, the salary and the provisions would be doubled the following month. This was a lesson learned from Cyrus the Younger. Due to his early death, the mercenaries did not receive a single cent and had to pay with their lives. It took them a year to return from Persia. Therefore, the Devers learned their lesson. If the mercenaries defeated the Lucanians early, Turai would no longer hire them. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Therefore, he set a deadline. Whether the mission was completed or not, the mercenaries had to be paid within the deadline. 2. The mercenaries were only responsible for defending Turai and repelling the Lucanians' attacks on Turai territories. If there were any other requirements, they would be discussed later. This was because the Devers were afraid that the Turai would propose some additional difficult tasks, such as attacking the Lucanians' territories. This would greatly deplete the Devers' forces. 3. After arriving in Turai, the mercenaries were not allowed to violate the Turai laws. If they did, they would be punished according to the Turai laws. 4. Without the permission of Turai, the mercenaries were not allowed to enter the city of Turai. 5. In battle, the mercenaries' spoils belonged to the mercenaries. The agreement was signed on April 1st of the second year of the 95th Olympia, that is, 399 BC, and would last until April 1st of the third year. When the time came, the agreement would be renewed according to the wishes of both parties. Buckos and the Devers swore an oath to the gods in the name of the Turii Council and signed their names on the 2 parchments. Under the guidance of Christoia, the Devers had a basic grasp of Greek. Buckos stuffed the parchments into his robes and asked casually, "Chief Devers, there's something I don't quite understand. You're going to bring the slaves and women to Turii. Not only do you have to buy food for them with your own money, but you also have to protect them from the Lucanians. They're obviously a burden. It's better to sell them here. Why do you have to bring them?" There were nearly 500 slaves and women. To prevent Buckos from getting suspicious, the Devers answered seriously, "Most of the mercenaries are single men. Their families don't have the money to buy slaves to help them work, nor do they have the money to marry. Therefore, they treat the slaves and women they looted from Persia as their precious property. If I don't bring them, I'm afraid the soldiers won't follow us to Turii." "Actually, there's no need for that. They'll all be rich in a year," Buckos joked. He was in a good mood after the agreement was signed. "But they have to be alive," the Devers replied. "All right." Buckos shrugged helplessly and said, "I'm just worried that they'll affect your battle. Since the agreement has been signed, we'll set off next year. I've already arranged for a ship. I'm going to the city now to prepare food and water according to the number of people in your team." "Christoia allowed us to enter the city? Oh, I almost forgot." Buckos slapped his forehead. "Christoia allowed you to enter the city, but he wants you to enter empty-handed." "Empty-handed?" The Devers' heart skipped a beat. "That means you have to give up your shields, spears, and swords," Buckos comforted them. "But it doesn't matter. When we reach Turii, we'll equip you with new weapons." "No, it does matter. It's very important." The Devers' expression was solemn as he said word by word, "We will never give up our weapons." Leaving aside the fact that Crocus and the others had been tricked back then, there had been many incidents on the way back where the natives had welcomed them with smiles on their faces, only to turn against them in the blink of an eye. If this was Christoia's scheme, and the mercenaries entered the city empty-handed, wouldn't they be stuck in the neck? The Devers would never allow their lives to be in the hands of others. Their weapons were their trump card. "But if you don't give up your weapons, Christoia won't let you enter the city, and we won't be able to set off," Buckos said anxiously. The Devers thought for a moment and compromised. "I can get the soldiers to wrap their spears and swords with cloth, but we will never give up our weapons," he reiterated. Seeing the Devers' unyielding attitude, Buckos had no choice but to compromise. "All right, I'll discuss it with Christoia." Chapter 65. In the end, Krinder agreed to the mercenaries' request to bring weapons into the city. The Devers didn't ask the soldiers to wrap their weapons in cloth. The key to opening the city gate was the half-piece of Taliant silver that Buckos gave to Krinder. After the Devers learned the truth, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Even the simple Sparta people are accepting bribes." On the morning of the second day, the leaders, commanders, and soldiers of the mercenary camps all came to see off the mercenaries who were about to leave. As comrades who fought together for a year, not only the soldiers but also the commanders and commanders all gave their sincere blessings. Even Timothy, who didn't like the Devers in the beginning, gave the Devers a big hug and said, "If I were a few years younger, I would go to Greece with you as well." "You are not old now," the Devers laughed. Timothy pointed at his chest and said, "I am old here, and I just want to go home. Anyway, I hope you can come back alive. Also," Timothy took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Thank you for the great help you gave us. If it weren't for you, more of us would have died. This is the result of all of our hard work. It is my honor to fight with you," the Devers said humbly. "It should be my honor. May Zeus bless you on your journey," Timothy said sincerely. "You too. I hope we can meet again." The Devers waved at him and said goodbye. After Timothy, Krinder, and Xanthoparis led their soldiers and retreated for a few hundred meters, the gate of Byzantine opened, and the Devers led the mercenaries into the city. Xanthoparis sighed and said, time flies, and it is finally time to say goodbye. It feels like it was yesterday when the Devers' elected leader came up to the stage and gave a speech. Xantiparis' words made the other leaders sad. After fighting side by side for more than half a year, they finally had to go their separate ways. They quietly looked at the city from afar until the gate closed. At this time, Head Minister Tormid asked, "Do you guys think that the Devers are the gods' favorites of Hades? If not, then he is a very capable leader. But such a powerful leader, and so young, have you seen him before?" Timothy asked. He would rather admit that the Devers were gods chosen than admit that the Devers were stronger than them. Chrysano, Xanti, and Paris shook their head. "I think when Chrysips finds out that the Devers have gone to Greece, he'll probably be very regretful. You've all seen it for yourselves. Kelethorps clearly wanted the Devers to be guests of Sparta, and before he left, he asked Anachises to take care of them. Unfortunately, Anachises has underestimated this young man, and the Devers would rather go to Greece than Sparta," Creano said gloatingly. "No one likes Sparta. They're too domineering." Timoson's words resonated with everyone. "But why did Hieronymus choose to go to Greece?" Tormid asked. "It's because of that guy from Athens." Timoson raised his eyebrows. The soldiers in Sinopol elected a new leader, and Hieronymus lost his position. Instead, that talkative Seraphin took the position. Maybe he wants to leave this place and go to Greece to prove himself. It's good not to be the leader. At least we don't have so much to worry about. But soon we will be able to go home easily. Xanti and Paris said, and the others also sighed. Perhaps they realized that the gathering was about to end. The four of them saluted solemnly. Then, they turned their horses around and galloped back to their own camp. The fully armored Sparta soldiers stood on both sides of the street. Under their watchful eyes, the Devers walked toward the port. The mercenaries tried their best not to look at the Sparta soldiers and the Byzantine citizens behind them. Instead, they looked straight ahead and walked forward in a calm manner. "Damn mercenaries! F***ck off!" A Byzantine citizen suddenly roared and threw a rotten date at the Devers in the front. This instantly broke the silence. "Get out of Byzantine! Bandits! Thieves! God will punish you! You will die a horrible death!" The Byzantine citizens cursed and threw things at the mercenaries who were walking in the middle of the street. Although the Devers predicted this and warned the mercenaries, they still felt a sense of danger. At this moment, he sensed danger. He covered his head with one hand and shouted anxiously, "Assists, take your messengers and tell every officer to strictly control their soldiers. Don't let them leave the team." The Devers' order came at the right time. Some of the new mercenaries got angry. If it weren't for the fully armored Sparta soldiers on the side of the street, they would have charged forward and started fighting with the Byzantine citizens. The commanders ran up and down to stop them from making mistakes. The Devers also ordered, "Everyone, run!" Creander stood on the roof of his mansion and looked down at the mercenaries. He was surprised to see that these undisciplined mercenaries were able to control themselves and didn't get into conflicts with the citizens of Byzantine. His plan to confiscate the weapons of these mercenaries failed, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. "Who is the leader of this group of mercenaries?" he asked casually. "I think he is called Devers." The adjutant thought about it and answered, "Devers." Creander felt like this name was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "The mercenaries he is leading are not bad. Sir, should we stop them?" "Forget it." Creander waved his hand. The reason why he came up with this plan after accepting the bribes from the Turkey merchants was that once a conflict broke out, he would be able to take away the weapons of the mercenaries and shut their mouths. The mercenaries endured the humiliation, suppressed their anger, and sped up. They wished that they could get to the port in a few steps. After the mercenaries and slave women got on the ships, everything was arranged, and the fleet of 57 merchant ships left the port of Byzantine. The soldiers started to curse. Even the good-tempered assists couldn't help but shout, Byzantines, one day, I will return this humiliation. Devers didn't care about how the soldiers vented their anger. He quietly stood at the back of the ship and watched as the city of Byzantine disappeared into the horizon. After the fleet entered the Sea of Marmara, they turned around and headed south. However, they were stopped by more than a dozen Sparta battleships on the way. Berkos had no choice but to move his ship over and personally board the Spartan flagship to ask the Spartans to let them pass. After a while, he asked his subordinates to carry a big box onto the battleship. After about an hour, he and his subordinates returned to the ship. He let out a long breath and ordered, "We can go now." "What is going on?" Devers asked curiously. "The Spartans are now in control of this strait. Any large fleet that passes through here will be inspected by them, especially since I hired you guys from the Byzantine Empire," Berkos said as he took the cup of water from his subordinate. "Why?" Devers was even more curious. Ever since Sparta defeated Athens and controlled the Aegean Sea, there was a rule that states that if they want to hire soldiers in Sparta's territory, they must get permission from Sparta. Byzantine is now occupied by Sparta, so it belongs to Sparta's territory as well. In the past, in Greater Greece, only Dionysius of Syracuse was allowed by Sparta to hire soldiers in Sparta for a long time, or even in Sparta itself. Dionysius, a tyrant and dictator of Syracuse, Berkos said in disgust. It was obvious that he didn't have a good impression of Dionysius. However, the Devers remembered this name. "Fortunately, this is a special situation. I managed to convince the Elder Council of Sparta to issue a permit to hire soldiers." Berkos sipped some water and sighed. "Even so, I still had to spend half of Taranto to clear the channel." Sigh. "Why are the generals of Sparta so greedy now?" He looked at the Devers and said, "I hope your performance on the battlefield will prove that my investment was worth it." "You will see," Devers said seriously. At this time, someone on the opposite battleship shouted, "Devers! Devers!" Note: at this chapter, the story of the Devers in Persia finally came to an end. Did he have any contact with the mercenary leaders like Timizon and Clino, as well as the governor of Persia, Tissaphernes and Orontes? Chapter 66. Devers looked up at the three-decker warship beside him and saw someone waving at him from the side of the ship. "Hi, Xenophon, I thought I wouldn't have the chance to say goodbye to you." "Devers, I accepted Anacostus' request and rushed to Byzantium. I was about to gather our mercenaries and rush to Asia Minor, but I didn't expect that you were already going to Greece. Stay, let's continue fighting side by side," Xenophon sincerely requested Devers. Devers thought to himself that it was a close call, then shrugged and said seriously, "Unfortunately, I have already signed an agreement with Turii and swore to Hades." "That is too bad." Xenophon, who respected the gods, showed a regretful expression. "We can't fight together anymore. It seems that Sparta is going to war with Persia. I can only wish you the protection of Zeus in the upcoming battle." Devers said this from the bottom of his heart. "I wish you the same," Xenophon said sincerely. "I originally wanted to invite you to Athens to meet my teacher Socrates. He will definitely be very interested in your novel views. And one of his students, my good friend Plato, has a similar view to yours. You two will definitely become good friends. Unfortunately, one day I will go to Athens. I believe you will have finished writing the story of our battle in Persia by then. Don't forget to give me a copy." Devers only knew that Xenophon later wrote The Long March, but he didn't remember Xenophon's life experience. After all, he wasn't a historian in his previous life. "Don't worry, I will make an extra copy for you." Xenophon smiled. Devers vaguely remembered that Socrates was convicted by the authorities in Athens and poisoned to death. He didn't know the exact time, but he remembered that Socrates could have chosen to be expelled from Athens, but he insisted on staying and wanted to use his death to awaken the numb citizens of Athens. Therefore, Devers gave up on the decision to remind Xenophon. He just waved and said, Goodbye! Goodbye! Who knew that with this wave of his hand the world had changed, and his good friend had become his enemy? The affairs of the world are hard to predict. It makes one sigh as the fleet moved forward. Sparta's warships gradually disappeared into the blue sky. Seeing that the Devers were still standing at the stern, Buckos couldn't help but walk over and say, "Still thinking about your friend from Athens? Xenophon is a talented and capable man." Devers felt a sense of loss. After all, Xenophon was the first historical figure to link this world to his previous life. The Athens Olympic Games relied on one batch of talented people after another to achieve its glory. Buckos said with deep emotion, "Even we are basking in the glory of Athens, which is why Thurii has been so prosperous since it was founded." "Oh, is that so?" Buckos' words successfully aroused the Devers' interest. At that time, the leaders in charge of building Thurii were two very capable people from Athens, Lamborn and Syroclitus, and the famous scholar from Athens, Protagoras, who made laws for Thurii. Athens also invited the famous Greek engineer Hippodamos to design the city for Thurii and was in charge of its construction. At the same time, there were also two distinguished guests from Athens who moved to Thurii. One was the scholar Herodotus, who wrote history, and the other was the famous rhetorician Tixias. There was even the Sparta Chrysidas, who commanded the battles for Thurii. Thus, Thurii was able to maintain peace with Crotone in the south, fight with Tarentum for the plains of Sarus in the north, defend against the invasion of the Lucanians and Bruttii in the west, and strengthen trade with Greece in the east. As a result, we became a powerful nation in Greece in one fell swoop. Buckos recalled the past and was exultant. The Devers listened carefully. Then, Buckos' proud expression became gloomy. Unfortunately, Athens lost to Sparta. Now, Sparta is the overlord of Greece. Will it have a big impact on Thurii? The Devers asked anxiously. Buckos did not want to say more and only replied, "You will know when you get to Thurii." The Devers comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, Sparta's position as the overlord will not last for long." The Devers' shocking words immediately attracted Buckos' attention. Why? Because the Sparta people have begun to accept bribes. The Devers said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "The unique system that Lycurgus created for Sparta was originally intended to train the citizens of Sparta into fierce warriors, so that they could suppress the Helots, who outnumbered Sparta internally and dominate Greece. For this reason, all the citizens of Sparta maintained a simple and plain life to ensure basic equality. Otherwise, the citizens of Sparta would raise objections. Why do I have to undergo cruel training from a young age and only be able to leave the barracks when I'm 30? Therefore, they closed the country, banned commerce, banned the use of more portable currency, banned debates, banned plays, banned poetry, banned the writing and sale of books other than military. Everyone said that the Sparta warriors were terrifying because the Sparta people had no other interests. Fighting and killing were their only interests. Now that Sparta has become the overlord of Greece, strategic locations need to be guarded, and their fleets need to patrol. When the Sparta people go out of the country, they will stay for half a year or even a year. Of course, they will come into contact with things that they have never come into contact with before. It's not easy to cultivate a simple and plain life, but it's too easy to destroy it. Once the fighting spirit of the Sparta people to dominate Greece is completely eroded, how long can Sparta's hegemony last? Buckos had never heard anyone use such simple and vivid words to analyze the political system of Sparta. It was like a sharp dagger piercing the fragile core of the Sparta system. It sounded very reasonable. He looked at the Devers in a daze. This young man made him feel a little bit of awe. He suddenly remembered the rumor that the Devers were God's favorites. He opened his mouth and found that his throat was a little dry. He coughed a few times and could not help but ask, if that's the case, then who will be the opponent of Sparta in Greece? The Devers shrugged and said, "I'm not a god. How would I know?" As he said this, He raised his head and looked at the seagulls soaring in the blue sky. Thebes, Macedonia. A long list of names flashed through his mind. For some reason, a sense of pride rose in his heart. After passing through the blockade of Sparta's warships, Buckos was afraid that another accident would occur, so he ordered the fleet to travel day and night. After a few days, they arrived at the island of Olympia and went ashore to replenish their food and fresh water. They then sailed through the Cyclades and went around the Attica peninsula of Athens. As there was no time to stay ashore, the Devers could only regretfully look to the west at the famous Athens that was out of sight in his previous life. After that, the fleet passed by Argos and carefully went around the peninsula of Peloponnesus until they reached the island of Zakynthos. They only went ashore to rest for the night. The next day, they continued to sail north until they reached the island of Kokira. Only then did they turn west and enter the Gulf of Taranto, named after the powerful Greek state of Tarentum. This was a calm harbor. The moist sea breeze did not cause any ripples, and the azure sea water was as calm as a piece of smooth and translucent blue silk. Countless ships shuttled back and forth like silver shuttles, weaving a beautiful picture on this huge piece of blue silk. When the mercenaries saw this beautiful scene, their bodies and minds, which were originally exhausted from the long voyage, suddenly became excited and began to laugh loudly. Buckos's fleet, which was not small, also attracted the attention of some people. Several three-tiered warships with the pattern of man riding a dolphin, painted on their sails, came over to welcome them. "It's nothing. It's a Tarentum patrol ship," Buckos said to the Devers. The leading ship of the fleet had already gone forward to meet them. "Have we entered the waters controlled by Tarentum?" the Devers asked curiously. "Not yet. This is just an agreement between the several city-states in this gulf. They keep in touch with each other just in case," Buckos explained. The warships of Tarentum turned around and left, and the fleet continued forward. About an hour later, Buckos pointed to the front and said, "Thurii is in front." Chapter 67. Buckos seemed to have noticed the Devers' confusion, so he explained, "The city of Thurii is about 20 miles from the mouth of the Crati River." "Oh," the Devers replied and asked, "why are there so many ships trading when the Thurii are at war with the Lucarians?" "The Lucanians don't have ships, so they can't cut off the Thurii's maritime trade. The more the war, the more supplies they need. These merchant ships are all here to earn money." As the two were talking, the fleet stopped moving forward. The pilot ship moved forward alone and soon merged with the white sails. About an hour later, the pilot ship returned and approached Buckos's ship. Then a man boarded. "Buckos, you're finally back. I thought the Lucarians were so scared that you migrated to Greece." The man walked forward with a smile. "Even you, the most cowardly of all, didn't leave, so how could I?" Buckos joked and gave him a hug. "Is everything going well? Is Thurii all right?" The two asked at the same time and laughed at the same time. "Seeing how relaxed you look, the city of Thurii should still be safe. You know, the barbaric Lucarians don't have great skills. They can't build siege weapons or build ships. They only destroyed the villages and farms outside the city. Fortunately, the wheat harvest was long finished in autumn. During the winter, the Lucanians outside the city had a plague and had to retreat to the northern mountains, leaving only a small number of soldiers in Amendola. "Wait, you're talking about the plague?" Buckos was horrified. The Lucanians killed thousands of Thurii citizens and piled their corpses outside the city. Zeus was furious and punished the Lucanians, but our Thurii people were not harmed at all. The man said with anger and pride. Buckos quickly praised Zeus. The man continued, "Now that the weather is getting warmer, they're starting to head south again. Fortunately, Tarentum sent reinforcements. As the initiators of the Great Hellenic Defense Alliance, they should have sent reinforcements long ago. You can't blame them. They just repelled the attack of the Messapi, and they sent 1,500 heavy infantry and 50 cavalry. Moreover, the leader is Archita. Which Aketa? And which Aketa? Of course, it's the son of Tarantum's former consul, Histiaves, the genius that people of Tarantum talk about. Speaking of geniuses, I also have one here. Berkos pulled the Devers over and said to Polixus, "Let me introduce you to the Thessaly Devers, the commander of the Greek mercenaries in the Persia expedition." Berkos said seriously. Then, pointing to the newcomer, he said, "Devers, this is my friend Polixus, the general elected by the tourists this year." "I salute you, General Polixus." The Devers bowed slightly. "Welcome." Polixus nodded slightly, then turned to Buckos. "What did you just say? Expedition to Persia?" Buckos saw that Polixus was being perfunctory, so he greatly publicized the deeds of the Devers. Polixus immediately looked at the Devers with a passionate gaze. "It's hard to imagine. Devers, you actually did such an amazing thing at such a young age. In the hinterland of Persia, you led your soldiers back while surrounded by tens of thousands of enemies. This is really wow." The Devers said sincerely, "This is the result of the hard work of our brothers. Many of them died on the way home. I invited the Devers to come to Turis because I hope that they can use their rich battle experience to help us repel the Lucarians." Berkos took the opportunity to explain in advance the team of Devers that he hired with a high salary. "You came at the right time. We were just discussing the counterattack against the Lucarians." Polixus said to Berkos, "I came to tell you that the General Executive Committee has agreed to your fleet to disembark at the simple pier at the mouth of the river. The Devers will lead the mercenaries to camp in the old city of Sybaris." "What? They want us to camp in the old city of Sybaris?" Berkos' expression changed. He immediately pulled Polixus to the side and scolded in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Don't forget that when the tourists built their city, they had an agreement with Crotone. The old city of Sybaris cannot be touched. Otherwise, why didn't the tourists build their city on the old city of Sybaris? It's clearly in a better location and has a better port. Every tourist knows what you're saying. But this is the result of Cunigarata's insistence, and the other generals have also agreed. The soldiers you hired have been camping in Sybaris for almost a month." Polixus shrugged to show that this matter had nothing to do with him. "It's Cunigarata again. He expelled the people of Athens, and now he wants to provoke Clotho. Does he want tourists to be destroyed?" Berkos said angrily. "It's not as serious as you say. It's been decades, and the tourists have always followed this agreement. The weeds in Sybaris are taller than people. Now that Turis is in the midst of war, they are only temporarily camping. Besides, Crotone doesn't have time to care about this. They are fighting fiercely with the Bruti's people. Otherwise, where would the mercenaries camp? The mercenaries that came last time and this time add up to about 4,000 to 5,000 people. The camp they built must occupy a large area. Now, other than the wasteland around Turis, it's all farmland and villages. Didn't you say that the farmland and villages outside the city have been destroyed?" Berkos asked. After the Lucaria's people retreated, everyone returned to their villages and started rebuilding. Otherwise, if they were all gathered in the city, there would be problems sooner or later. As for those fields, the farmers have already sown the wheat seed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any harvest this year. "What if the Lucaria's people come?" Berkos asked worriedly. "That's why we are discussing how to repel them." Berkos stared at Polixus speechlessly for a while. Finally, he said, "It seems that the generals are very united now. They're also very courageous. I've already forgotten how pathetic they were last year." Polixus looked embarrassed and couldn't say anything. As a channel had been cleared in advance, Berkos's fleet entered the estuary smoothly. It was just that it was a little troublesome to disembark because there was only a simple dock. Berkos, the Devers, Felicius, Assists, and the guards disembarked first. Standing on the soft ground, they were not used to being tossed about at sea for a long time. Felicius bent down and reached out to grab a handful of soil. He twirled it between his fingers, ignoring the stench, and brought it to the tip of his nose to sniff it. He had an intoxicated look on his face, as if what he was holding was not soil but a delicacy. Then, he reached out to the Devers and said excitedly, "It's black." The Devers, of course, understood what he meant. Before Burkos could turn his gaze, he exclaimed, "This is really a fertile land." Burkos said proudly, "Of course. The Sabari Plain has several rivers, including the Krati River. Not only is it rich in water, but the land is also fertile and flat. It's also very large. It's the best land in this area. Otherwise, Sabaris wouldn't be able to live such a luxurious life." The group left the riverbank and walked for a short distance. Then, they saw a dilapidated wall amidst the weed. This was the old site of Sabari's city. Divers stopped in front of a large rock. Although it was covered in moss and green, the smooth surface of the rock had delicate veins and a dark red color, proving that it was a good piece of marble. As far as the eye could see, there were quite a lot of such rocks here, hidden under the weeds, half buried in the soil. After all, Greece and Italy mostly produced white marble. Only Africa was rich in red marble, so it was naturally expensive. Although the Devers didn't know the price, they rarely saw such stones in the cities they had passed. It was obviously not easy to obtain. What a good stone! Why didn't the tourists use it when they built the city? He asked Burkos in a seemingly casual manner. Chapter 68. Burkos hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to tell the truth. After all, this was an open secret, and he did not want this matter to affect the trust between the two of them. When Tulii was built, Athens and Crotone had an agreement. Crotone and Tulii will maintain peace, but Tulii will not be allowed to build a city on Sybaris. At the same time, Sybaris will remain the same. What a domineering Crotone! Did they use the ruins to show everyone how powerful Clotho is? The Devers asked curiously. Maybe. But it also reminds the tourists to never make the same mistake as Sybaris. Burkos said, trying to act tough. The tourists are quite tolerant, the tourist joked. Divers said jokingly. Seeing Burkos' expression turn ugly, he had to ask, "Isn't it a violation of the agreement for us to camp here?" Burkos pretended to be relaxed and said, "The situation is urgent. I believe the Crotone will understand." "I hope the Crotone think the same," the Devers replied. Burkos did not say anything else. He had experienced the Devers' shrewdness before, and he believed that the Devers had already seen the crux of the matter. The group continued to move forward. The broken walls and rocks gradually decreased, and the ground became flatter. Felicius, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around. "Chief, I think we should use this as the center and build a camp." The Devers stood on a big rock and looked around. The mercenary camp that they had arrived at earlier was about 200 meters to the north, the Krati River to the south, the sea to the east, and the farmland to the west. He jumped down and used the tip of his right foot to poke the soil. Underneath the thin layer of soil was something hard. It should be the stone bricks that were laid in Sybaris back then. This should be the center of Sybaris. The Devers nodded and said, "Okay." Felicius turned around and walked back to inform the soldiers who were still disembarking at the dock. At this moment, dozens of people came out of the mercenary camp and ran over. "Hey, where did you guys come from?" the leader of the group shouted. Burkos recognized him and stepped forward. "Dracos, this is the leader of the Devers from Thessaly invited by tourists. Like you, their mercenaries will also be fighting against the Lucarians." When Drax saw how young the Devers were, he could not help but feel strange and contemptuous. Then, he saw assistants leading the guards to mark the ground and measure it. His expression changed slightly. "What are they doing? We will camp here. From now on, our two armies will be neighbors," Devers said with a smile. "Are you going to camp here?" Dracos's eyes widened and his voice grew louder. "It's more convenient to camp here, and we can communicate with each other." The Devers saw the change in his expression, but he didn't care. Who's going to cooperate with you? Don't drag us down. You can't camp here. You have to retreat at least 300 meters to the south before you can camp. Drax ordered in a tough tone. 300 meters to the south, then our camp will be near the river. The Devers reminded him. I don't care. Think of a way yourself. We have to leave this place immediately. Drax said in a tough manner. Dracos, this is Touristland. You don't have any right to make such a decision. Buckos shouted at him. But you tourists marked the ruins of Cyberus as our mercenary camp. That means I have the right. Who asked us to be here first? Dracos said arrogantly. Buckos wanted to speak again, but the Devers held him back. I understand. It seems like we have to rely on our strength to decide who's in charge here. The Devers sneered. Hey young man, you're a sensible man. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Drax laughed in disdain. The Devers called the assists over and whispered, Quick, call the troops over. Tell them that there's a good opportunity to exercise here. Understood. The assists ran back excitedly. Marcius, what are you waiting for? Follow me. The Devers said and dashed forward. Back then, Marcius was also a warrior on par with Martones in the Xylos squad. When he became the captain of the guards, he had to manage the guards on a daily basis. Thus, his aggressive nature had been curbed a lot. It was rare for him to encounter a good opportunity, and he had long been eager to get into action. He led the 30 guards and charged forward like wolves and tigers. Dracos saw the Devers charging at him and threw a punch at them. The Devers was prepared. He lowered his body and didn't slow down. He got close to the right side of Dracos. Dracos didn't have time to retract his right fist and was about to lean to the side. The Devers's left fist hit his waist like lightning. He bent over in pain. The Devers's right hook hit his chin. His strong body jumped up and fell backward. Behind him, Burkos saw that in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Dracos fell to the ground and could not get up. He was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his back. Usually, divers would talk cheerfully and wittily with him, giving Buckos the impression that this young man had used his wisdom to conquer this group of mercenaries. Buckos did not expect that his lethality would be so astonishing. Under the leadership of Maltius, the other guards were like tigers pouncing on their prey. Their attacks were ruthless and accurate, and they had a tacit understanding of each other, defending and attacking together. Although the other party had 10 more people, they were scattered like sand. They were always surrounded by 2 or 3 people, and soon they were all beaten down. On the other hand, Maltius' side had basically no losses. Burkos wanted to say something, but he heard the rumbling of footsteps behind him. Devers, we're here. Martones was running at the front. The Devers saw many people rushing out from the other side's camp, but they were not as fast as them. So he said, We'll send as many people as they send. We'll take turns and beat them up. But don't kill them. Roar. The soldiers roared excitedly. They couldn't wait for the other side to come up. A battle royale involving hundreds of people soon began, and the outcome was quickly decided. The outcome was obvious. The soldiers of the other side's camp saw their teammates lying on the ground. They kept moaning and were so scared that they didn't dare to come over. Seeing this, Burkos was glad that he made the right decision to hire the Devers army. At the same time, he said worriedly, Don't you think this is too much? How are you going to fight with Dracos and the others in the future? Divers rubbed his knuckles and comforted him. You don't understand the matters between mercenaries. After this fight, I believe that not only will there be no more friction, but they will also understand who has the right to call the shots here. These words gave Burkos a deeper understanding of the Devers. Martones, if it wasn't for the 2 Derrick gold coins a month, I really wouldn't want to join your army. Septimus, a mercenary who joined the Divers' Legion in the Byzantine Empire, complained to division leader Martones as he dug the trenches. After more than 10 days on the boat, we finally arrived at Tulii, but they didn't let us rest. Instead, they asked us to dig the trenches and build the campsite. Martoni stared at him. If you don't want to do it, you can quit. I don't want to be spanked. Septimus thought of something, and the more he thought about it, the more he said with lingering fear, no wonder people said that your camp is very strict. Getting spanked so easily is unbearable. We are mercenaries, not Sparta's army. Chapter 69. Septimus looked left and right. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Matones' expression, he immediately shut his mouth. If Matones was angered, he would really use his fists to beat someone up. Of course, his shielding of his own people was famous throughout the army. Cripps sullenly raised his tools and dug into the ground. Matones couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He picked up a wooden basket filled with soil, climbed up the wooden ladder, and poured the soil onto the wall that he was going to build in the trench. He observed his team's progress and found that it wasn't bad. But when he looked at Oliver's team, he immediately became anxious. He stood by the trench and shouted, "Brothers, let's work harder. We'll be the first to finish and get the reward promised by the leader. If anyone doesn't take it seriously and drags us down, I won't let him off, understand?" Roar. The veterans howled, while the new soldiers responded weakly. "Leader, when we build the camp this time, not only do we have to dig trenches, build walls, and build watchtowers, we also have to build wooden palisades on top of the walls, build walkways behind the palisades, dig pits in front of the trench, and bury sharp wooden stakes. The requirements for this camp are too complicated, and the workload is much higher than before. The soldiers are complaining. Is it really necessary?" Assists asked in confusion. Devers kept an eye on the progress of the camp and answered with certainty, "Of course it's necessary." Buckos said that there were at least 10,000 Lucanian warriors who attacked the Turris last year. Unlike the Turris, we don't have tall and thick walls to protect us. If we don't build a fortified camp, how can we defend against the Lucanians? When we're surrounded by the Lucanians, will the Turris come to our rescue? Assists shook his head. So, building such a complicated camp is tiring, but with it, the soldiers can rest and sleep in peace, and the enemy can't do anything to us. And it's not like they're building it in a day. They can finish it in a few days. Seeing that Assists understood, Devers continued, "Didn't I ask you to gather the soldiers who have done carpentry before and form an engineering battalion? Let them lead the soldiers and try to build wooden fences, sentry towers, and walkways. With this experience, we can do the same when we build camps in the future." Assist said from the bottom of his heart, "Leader, you are so thoughtful." Devers smiled. This was just an effective method that the Rome army had summed up through hundreds of years of war in history. He directly borrowed it and strongly promoted it. He hoped that the military tradition of the Rome Legion, which was to build a fortified camp no matter where they went, would become a habit for his army. "Leader, Felicius is back." Assists saw Felicius rushing over from the north. Devers hurried over and asked, "How's the situation?" "Buckos is right. There's a small river about 10 miles to the north, and there's a forest on the other side of the river." "Is it easy to cross the river?" "The river is very shallow, but we found Lucarian spies. According to the guide, they might be from the city of Amandolera." This news made Devers think for a while. He said decisively, "Buckos said that the only Lucanian army left in the north of Turris doesn't have many people. I'll give you 500 soldiers and 100 strong slaves. Lead them to the forest and let some of them chop wood. The rest will be responsible for keeping watch. If possible, go north to investigate the situation around Amandolera." "Okay." On a big rock 100 meters away from the Devers camp, Dracos and the other two leaders stopped and looked around. What are these guys trying to do? Do they need to make a camp so complicated? How is this building a camp? This is obviously building a city. Do the Turris allow them to do this? One of the leaders said sarcastically. Adrianx, you have to admit that if such a complicated camp is built, it will be very difficult for the Lucarians to attack it. On the contrary, look at our camp. It's much simpler in comparison. I heard from the tourists that the Lucarians are gathering their forces in Laos. Once they attack south, I'm afraid we will be the first to suffer. Shouldn't we consider refortifying our camp? Another leader suggested. Sesta, it's not like you don't know what our soldiers are like. They are very proactive when they ask you for money, but once you ask them to work, they all slack off. Adrianx said helplessly. Yes, that's what I'm curious about. They, Sesta pointed at the soldiers who were working hard in the distance and said curiously, they don't look like mercenaries at all. Even some of the city's militias aren't as good as them. It's a bit like Sparta's style. But judging from their accents, Thessaly, Rhodes, Thrace, Crete, Chersonese, Chaos. They have accents from all over the world, just like us, she thought. But why is there such a big difference? Don't overthink it. Although we fought with them, they didn't mean us any harm. They even volunteered to help us treat the wounded. We just don't provoke them in the future. Besides, it's a good thing that they are strong. With them by our side, we can be at ease. After saying that, Adrianx jumped off the rock and said, Let's go. Don't stand here for too long. They might think we are up to something again. Adrianx could feel how scary this mercenary army was. He couldn't help but want to stay as far away from them as possible. I think we should still give it a try. Let the soldiers refortify the camp's defenses. Sesta also jumped off the rock. All right, let's go back and discuss it with the soldiers. Adrianx shrugged helplessly. After taking a few steps, he remembered something and turned around to shout, Dracos, let's go! Dracos grimaced. His swollen chin hurt when he moved it. He took a deep look at the Devers camp and followed the two. Soon after returning to the camp, the wounded who had been treated also came back, and from them the mercenaries, who were mainly from Ionia and Asia Minor, 4 Burkos had recruited them in Miletus, learned that the ones who had fought with them were the Greek mercenaries who had accompanied Cyrus the Younger on his expedition to Persia. After the Devers arrived at the Yoke Galaxy, when the merchant ships of the Yoke Galaxy went to Greece, Asia Minor, and Ionia to trade, the merchants and sailors in the taverns and inns would exaggerate the Greek mercenaries' experience of fighting in Persia. As a result, while the Devers were still marching along the coast of the Yoke Galaxy, their reputation had already spread throughout Ionia. After the mercenaries learned about their plight, they envied their experience and regarded them as heroes. After all, there had never been a Greek army that had traveled so far into the hinterland of Persia. Now that they learned that the people who had beaten them up were part of the Persia Expeditionary Army, the mercenaries' resentment disappeared. They even sighed from the bottom of their hearts. No wonder they fought so fiercely. It turned out that they were Greek mercenaries who had returned from the Persia expedition. And now they are right beside us. Chapter 70. At the same time, Bukos was being questioned by the tourist generals in the city hall. The political system of Turis was similar to that of Athens. Usually, the administration of the city adopted a system of 10 generals in charge. After all, it was established under the leadership of Athens. However, unlike Athens, where the generals were elected by the citizens of Turis, the main immigrants came from the 10 regions of Turis, namely Arcadia, Achaia, Piotia, Ionia, Athens, Doria, and so on. Therefore, the citizens of these 10 regions elected a general each year, and the chief general had always been a descendant of Athens. However, after the end of the Peloponnesus War and the defeat of Athens, in order to prevent the retaliation of Sparta and the city-states that had joined the Sparta alliance in Greater Greece, such as Tarentum, Crotone, and Syracuse, the city-states that had joined the Arcadian alliance were expelled. At the urging of Cunegurata, all the descendants of Athens in Turis were expelled. At this point, there were only 9 generals left in Turis, and the chief general was elected by the council from among the 9 generals elected by the community. Kunigarata had been the chief general for 4 consecutive years. It was only after the invasion of the Lucanians last year and the crushing defeat of Turris that the citizens' assembly gave most of the votes to Felix, who they believed had the most military talent. Although he had lost his chief general position, Kunigarata was still elected as one of the 9 generals. After all, his reputation among the Arcadians was too high. Now, he was holding the employment agreement signed by Buckos and asked, "Buckos, as the person in charge of recruiting soldiers, you should know the price of mercenaries in the entire Greek region. How much is it?" "About half a Dallic gold coin a month," Buckos answered truthfully. "Very well, it's roughly the same as what I know. I notice that in these 2 employment agreements, the first one is indeed half a daric a month, but in the second agreement," Kunigarata faced the other generals and said loudly, "the same 2,000 mercenaries, but you're paying them 2 daric a month." Hearing this, the generals gasped in surprise. Before Buckos could explain, Kunigarata held up the sheepskin scroll with the agreement written on it and continued, "Not only that, but you also signed a half-year employment contract with them. According to the rules, regardless of whether the war ends or not, they have to be paid 2 daric gold coins every month. Think about it, if the Lucanians delay their attack. According to this agreement, these mercenaries will not have to put in any effort for the next 6 months and will receive nearly 25,000 gold coins for free." "Oh my God, this is too much!" As the crowd gasped again, another general, Neonices, said angrily, "Last year, in order to prepare military supplies for the Turris army to attack the Lucanians, the treasury took out 300 talents silver. In the end, in order to compensate the families of the citizens who died in the war, another 50 talents silver was taken out. At the same time, in order to defend against the Lucanians, we took out another 150 talents silver to make weapons, repair the walls, and recruit civilian soldiers. This year, in order to buy food for the reinforcements and mercenaries of Tarentum, as well as to repair the destroyed villages, farmlands, and other facilities, we've spent 120 talents silver. It's still not enough. The war hasn't even started, and the treasury is almost empty. Before this, we even discussed whether we should impose a special war tax on the citizens. This is all the wealth that the Turris have accumulated over the years and the hard-earned taxes of the citizens. As the general in charge of the city's finance, I cannot tolerate such an absurd agreement. I will refuse to pay them." "That's right, we don't recognize this employment agreement." Most of the generals objected. At this moment, Chief General Felix said, "Kunigarata, the Lucanians are gathering their troops in Laos. This news has been confirmed, and we all know about it. Therefore, there is no possibility that the Lucanians will not attack for half a year. This is because gathering an army will consume a lot of food. With the food production capacity of the Lucanians, it is impossible for them to last half a year. If they cancel the gathering after gathering, it will only weaken the prestige of the great leader of the tribal alliance. Unless there are special circumstances, the Lucanians will attack very soon. And at this critical time, we need more soldiers to help us defend against the Lucanians. Felix, you can't rule out the possibility of accident. For example, everyone thought that the Lucanians would attack the city after their victory, but they were forced to retreat because of the plague." Kunigarata retorted, "Whether the enemy attacks or not isn't the key point. The key point is that no matter what the situation is, the mercenaries will always be the ones to benefit, while the Turris will always be at a disadvantage. That's the problem. I don't think the person you recommended, Buckos, has done his best in this mission. Look at the treatment he gave the mercenaries, not only the salary but also this. Look at this. The mercenaries led by the Devers are only responsible for defending against the Turris and repelling the Lucanians' attacks on the Turris. If there are other tasks, both parties must discuss and decide." Kunigarata read the terms of the employment agreement out loud, then sneered at Buckos. Are you sure you're only recruiting mercenaries and not Sparta warriors? We're the ones paying, we're the masters. Now, these mercenaries have become our honored guests, and we have to seek their approval for everything. I seriously suspect that Buckos has made a private deal with these mercenaries. I request that the finance officer be sent to investigate this matter. That's enough, Cunagurata. Felix finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Even though I recommended Buckos, the decision was made by the generals. Don't forget that you were the second to agree. This means that his ability has been recognized by everyone. In such a short period of time, he's been running around tirelessly and quickly recruited over 4,000 soldiers for the tourists, solving the tourist shortage of soldiers. The citizens feel at ease, and the safety of the city is guaranteed. He should be rewarded by the city and thanked by the citizens, but he has to accept your humiliation. Is this how the tourists should treat a citizen who has contributed to the city? If that's the case, which citizen will be willing to work for the tourists in the future? Felix's words caused the city hall to fall into a momentary silence. Buckos seized the opportunity and said, I didn't expect the city's finances to be so poor. However, the reason why I signed this agreement and recruited these soldiers was because of the urgency of the situation, and also because they are worth it. Even though they aren't Sparta warriors, they aren't any weaker than Sparta warriors. This sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. Niansus obviously didn't believe it. He said mockingly, everyone knows that the people of Sparta are trained to be warriors from a young age. That's why they're so scary when they grow up. Is there a second city in this world that has a similar system? Oh right, there's also the undead guards of Persia mentioned in Herodotus' history. Are they Persia? Buckos looked at Niansus coldly. These soldiers really are related to the people of Persia. Oh, Felix asked with interest. What's the origin of this mercenary army? Seeing that the gazes of the generals were focused on him, Buckos glanced at Polixus, who had been silent all this time, and said unhurriedly, after receiving the mission from the generals, I set out on the same day. As a result, when I was passing through the Adriatic Sea, I encountered 2 pirate ships and was almost captured by them. Fortunately, Poseidon blessed me and caused a strong gale to blow up. I risked the risk of capsizing the ship and escape. I sailed all the way to Crete before going ashore to rest and repair the ship. Originally, I wanted to recruit some archers there. The locals told me that it's okay to recruit a few people, but if you need a lot of people, you have to get permission from Sparta, because Crete is now part of the Sparta alliance. He also told me that most of the mercenaries are now gathered in Asia Minor. He suggested that I go there, but it's best if I get permission from Sparta. After careful consideration, I decided to go to Sparta. Chapter 71. I pretended to be a Turi emissary and finally arrived in Sparta after several attempts. I told the Sparta elders about the calamity that the Turians suffered and asked for reinforcements. The elders of Sparta expressed sympathy for the Turians, but they didn't send any reinforcements. Instead, they gave me a recruitment permit. Smart. When Buckos said this, Ferris couldn't help but praise him loudly. The other generals also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sparta didn't care too much about the Turians providing help to Athens. Fortunately, we took measures in time, so Sparta could treat us with this kind of attitude. Cunagurata said, and the other generals agreed. It didn't matter whether Sparta changed its attitude because of the Turians' expulsion of the descendants of Athens, or whether they didn't care about the Turians at all. These generals who supported and approved of the expulsion of the descendants of Athens needed this false approval to dispel the guilt in their hearts. Buckos glanced at the generals and continued, when I arrived in Miletus and recruited Drax, Cesta, and other mercenaries, I heard a lot of news about young Cyrus leading the Greek mercenaries to attack Persia in an attempt to usurp the throne. The generals nodded. Even though Turia was thousands of miles away from Asia Minor, they still knew about this news. not to mention the frequent trade between the east and west of the Mediterranean. Even though the first batch of mercenaries could only be stationed outside the city, there were constantly small merchants and even prostitutes going to the barracks to do business, thus spreading news and stories to the city. The Greek mercenaries defeated the army of Persia. Although young Cyrus died in battle, on the way back to Greece, they defeated the Persia governor of Asia Minor, Tissaphnus, and Armenia governor Orontes. It is said that they even killed several famous Persia generals. They traveled thousands of miles and constantly fought with the local indigenous people. Among them, there were many mountain tribes that gave the Persia a headache. Generals, don't you think that the Greek mercenaries have a lot of combat experience? Don't they have amazing combat power? Can they be compared to Sparta? Don't tell me that the mercenaries you hired are. Some of the generals couldn't help but exclaim, the Greek mercenaries that went to Persia? Yes, generals. Berkos saw the expressions of surprise and excitement on everyone's face, and finally dropped the stone in his heart. The reason why we lost the battle with the Lucanians last time was not only because of Asycholidoiax's carelessness, but also because the citizens have been living in peace for a long time and lack combat experience. In fact, when the Turians repelled the Lucanians' invasion and took the initiative to invade the Lucanians' territory, it wasn't Asycholidoiax's idea alone. The entire Turian citizens, including the generals, were pushing for this. This strong desire to take revenge on the Lucanians led the entire army to underestimate the enemy in the enemy's territory, and as a result, they were almost wiped out. At this time, Berkos went against his conscience and pushed the blame to Asycholidoiax. This was also the scapegoat that the Turian citizens found after the disastrous defeat. When he saw the generals nodding in agreement, he couldn't help but feel disdain, but he still said seriously, I thought that if we could hire such an army, then not only would the danger facing the Turians be resolved, we would also be able to deal a huge blow to the Lucanians. Thus, I arranged for my men to be stationed in taverns and inns, so that I could inquire about the whereabouts and movements of the Greek expeditionary army. Not long after, I learned that they had arrived at the city of Heraclea, on the coast of the Aegean Sea. However, at the same time, I learned another piece of bad news. Sparta and Persia are about to go to war, and Sparta's general, Tiburon, was even appointed as the governor of Asia Minor and rushed to Miletus to recruit troops. I was afraid that the Greek expeditionary army would be recruited by Sparta, so I took a fast ship to Heraclea that very night and found them in Byzantium. However, most of the mercenaries were already tired of fighting and weren't willing to leave their hometowns and fight in the distant and unfamiliar Turi. Only the group led by leader Davers was tempted by the high pay I offered. After I agreed to some of their demands, they finally agreed to the mercenary group. Just as I led them out of Byzantium, we were intercepted by Sparta's fleet. It turned out that Sparta's governor of Asia Minor, Tiburon, had sent an emissary to recruit the entire Greek expeditionary army to fight for him. The Devers unit was the best of the expeditionary army, and several Persia generals had actually died at their hands. However, because I had signed the contract of employment in my hands, and had the permission to recruit Sparta's emissary, as well as paid half a talent to Sparta's emissary, I was able to get the fleet to let them pass. Ladies and gentlemen, after Berkos accepted the mission we gave him, he went through many hardships and dangers, and even his life was in danger. However, he didn't feel fear, nor did he give up. Instead, he used his intelligence and tenacity to complete the recruitment. It should be said that he completed a recruitment mission that was beyond our expectations. Not only did he attract strong reinforcements for Turkestan, he also allowed us to understand Sparta's attitude towards Turkestan. We should thank him. All Turkestan's citizens should thank him. Ferris said excitedly and was the first to applaud. The other generals also followed suit, and the applause lasted for quite a while. Berkos didn't know what to say at this time. Cunigurata stepped forward and said with a sincere expression, Berkos, you are Turkestan's hero, Please forgive me for what I said just now, I shouldn't have suspected you like that. It's just that Turkestan's financial problems have been giving us a headache recently. Are you willing to accept my apology? Burkos nodded in acceptance. Then, Dionysus also expressed his apologies. Another general, Ansitanos, said, "Shouldn't we pay a visit to the leader of the Greek mercenaries in Persia to show that Turkestan welcomes them? Ansitanos, I know that you want to learn more about Persia from them, so that you can complete the sequel to your teacher Herodotus' great history." Cunegurata said in a serious tone, "But now is not a good time. I admit that the force that Burkos mentioned is really powerful, but they are mercenaries after all, foreigners. And we represent Turkestan. Everyone should know that soldiers who are used to bloody killings, while intimidating the enemy, may also threaten themselves. Such examples are not rare. We can't pamper them and let them have unnecessary fantasies. Also, if we pay too much attention to them, what will the other mercenary group think? What will the reinforcements from Tarantula think?" "That's right. They are just free people, we paid them to fight for us," Dionysus shouted. Cunegurata took the opportunity to continue and said, "Dionysus is right. No matter how strong the mercenaries are, they are still mercenaries. We are the ones who pay, we are the employers. Everyone, don't get this relationship reversed." Although there were some differences with Cunegurata's governing philosophy, Felix had to nod and say, "Cunegurata is right. We will treat them as mercenaries, there is no need to pay too much attention to them." At this time, Dionysus said, "Since we have strong reinforcements and the Lucanians are about to attack, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with them again?" Cunegurata immediately said, "The villages and farms outside the city have been renovated, and the wheat seeds have been sown. We must defeat the Lucanians before they destroy the citizens' property again." Chapter 72. The reason why Aciculodoax failed was because he led his army to attack Laos. Because he was unfamiliar with the terrain, he was ambushed by the enemy on the mountain path, resulting in a crushing defeat. If it was on the plains of Turin, how could the poorly equipped and loosely organized Lucanian Highlanders be a match for the Greek heavy infantry? "Even if they were outnumbered, it wouldn't be a problem," Cunegurata retorted. "Felix, we can't afford to drag this war on. If we hide in the city and let the enemy trample on our farmlands and burn down our villages, fishing grounds, and mines, we have to hold a citizens' meeting every month to discuss whether to levy war taxes in order to pay the mercenaries' salaries and food. I don't think the citizens will agree to this." Dionysus also stepped forward and said, "Of course the citizens won't agree. Felix, the citizens elected you as their chief general because they believe that you have the ability to quickly turn the situation around, drive the Lucanians away, and ensure the safety of Turin. Just like you did when you first came to power, you immediately sent Burkos out to recruit soldiers and sent messengers to Tarentum to ask for reinforcement. Now that reinforcements have arrived, you can no longer hesitate and watch as the citizens' properties are destroyed and the Turin's national treasury collapses. You have to make a decision as soon as possible and live up to the expectations of the citizens." Polixus, who had been silent all this while, also spoke. Burkos didn't expect Polixus to join in the urging of Felix. Just as he was getting anxious, Cunegurata saw him retreating to a corner and thought of something. He asked the guards to escort Burkos out of the city hall with the excuse that this is an important military meeting that involves the secrets of the state, and those who are not involved should leave. Burkos stood on the steps of the city hall in a daze for a while. From a rational point of view, he felt that he should trust Felix's judgment. After all, compared to the other generals who had lived for a long time and did not have any battle experience, Felix, who was over 60 years old, had participated in the war against Tarentum when he was young. He had served as a platoon leader and then a captain of the heavy infantry, so he had more combat experience. However, from a sentimental point of view, He also hoped to defeat the terrifying Lucanians as quickly as possible. Every Tulii wanted these bandits to stay away from their land, and Divers's troops also gave him confidence. Under the influence of this contradictory mentality, he subconsciously walked towards the port. After walking for a while, he stopped. Although the generals in the city hall had accepted the agreement he had signed, he was afraid that he would be criticized for having frequent contact with the Devers team. He sighed and turned around to go home. Of course, the Devers didn't know about the dispute that had taken place in the Turii city hall. Even though he was surprised that Borkos, who had promised him that he would rush over after reporting the situation to the Turii generals, did not show up, his main focus was on the construction of the camp. In the past few days, all the soldiers worked hard together, and the Turii camp began to take shape. At this time, Borkos sent 4 horses over, saying that he could borrow them for his use. The Devers had already noticed that Borkos and the Turii officials were deliberately distancing themselves from each other, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, when they passed by many Greek cities along the coast of the Yoke Galaxy, they treated the mercenaries the same way. This was the mercenaries' helplessness. He asked Borkos' subordinates to convey his gratitude to Borkos, then asked Felicius to stay in the camp and handle military affairs. He brought assists, leads, and a trusted slave of Borkos to act as a guide to ride around Turii to understand the terrain. The flat and fertile plain of Sibari, called the Turi Plain by some of the Turi people, is already in the spring of April, and the grass is green and the birds are in the air. Divers and his men were in a good mood as they galloped on their horses. What they saw were green farmlands and canals, as well as hard-working slaves and farmers. The wide dirt road was muddy due to the frequent spring rain, and from time to time, they could see the slaves of the caravan pushing the wagons that were stuck in the mud with all their might. A thought flashed through the Devers' mind. This was a common sight in the Greek cities of the Yoke Galaxy. The Greeks, who were good at business, didn't have much interest in building roads that could facilitate the flow of trade. Their energy seemed to be invested in maritime trade and ship. However, the people of Rome, who rose up after them, created the most complicated and advanced Mediterranean road network of this era. After traveling along the Crati River for about 20 kilometers to the west, they saw a large city standing on the north bank of the river. At this time, the guide said, "That's Turii." When choosing the location to build the city, the people of Athens found that the confluence of the Crati River and the Cosini River was a good place to build a city. Because the river here is wide and the water is gentle, they can build a dock and accommodate enough merchant ship. When they were preparing to build the city, they found a large natural fountain here. The locals called it the Turi, so they called the city Turii. What an interesting story! The Devers replied perfunctorily and looked up. Because there were too many ships in the Crati River, they couldn't even see the other side clearly. It's better to rebuild it in the old city of Sybaris. Wouldn't it be better to build a port directly by the sea? Assist said, puzzled. The Devers had already understood this from Buckos, so he didn't want to say more. He pointed to the front and said, "Let's go around the city." Because Turii was built at the confluence of the 2 rivers, it was divided into 3 parts by the river: the south, the north, and the delta at the confluence of the 2 rivers. The main part of the city was in the north. Devers and his group walked along the moat outside the walls of Turii for about a kilometer and finally reached the bank of the Cosini River. In their eyes, the walls of Turii were built with large blocks of rock, and the gaps between the rocks were tightly connected. The walls were at least 10 meters high, and there was a 5-meter wide moat 20 meters outside the walls. It was connected to the Crati River, so it must be very deep. All of this was enough to give any besiegers a headache. The 3 or 4 patrolling teams of sentries on the walls made them feel the approaching of war. The young assists even jokingly waved at the sentries. As they walked along the north bank of the Cosini River, they soon saw the pontoon bridge over the river. The Devers noticed that the delta between the two rivers was not flat, but hilly. According to the guide, the uneven and undulating hills actually prevented the river from swelling in spring, turning the land between the two rivers into a swamp. After walking for about 20 kilometers, the terrain gradually rose, and the ground began to change from pure mud to sand. Fortunately, the river bank was still relatively flat. Daves and the others continued walking for a few more miles. The upper reaches of the Cassini River turned from the north to the northwest, while a river rushed down from the north and joined the Cassini River here. This is the Tino River, a tributary of the Cassini River. It's a river that the Turii hate, the guide said. Why? The assists asked curiously. Because there are many hot springs upstream, the guide gave an irrelevant answer. Hot springs. The Devers became interested when they heard that. They quickened their pace, but when they reached the place, they were all dumbfounded. The Tino River had become a small river a few meters wide. On the south bank of the river, there were indeed small hot pools, but countless small streams flowed out from the cracks in the rocks at the foot of the mountain, turning this area of rock and grass into a swamp. In spring, because the snow on the mountains melts, it turns into small streams and hot springs, and finally flows into the Tinuo River. If it's a rainy season, the Tinuo River will surge and overflow the riverbank, flowing back into the hot spring swamp on the south bank and the north bank. The guide pointed ahead. The Big Riverbank. Chapter 73. The group descended the gentle slope and walked into the river bank. It was much easier to walk here than before. The ground was soft and the road surface was flat, almost level with the river. You just said that the tourists hate this hot spring swamp. Why? The assists still could not forget the previous question. The guide glanced at him and said, "This swamp has hot springs, and the water temperature is very suitable all year round. Therefore, there are a lot of mosquitoes and they bite very badly. The tourists are almost unwilling to come here." The assists widened his eyes and looked at the opposite bank. The mist greatly obstructed his vision, adding a bit of mystery to the swamp. The Devers did not say a word. He stared at the river bank, the Tino River, and the hot spring swamp on the other side, thinking about something. After walking for about half a mile, they reached the end of the river bank. They had to dismount and walk up the gentle slope because the mud was too slippery for them to ride. After going up the gentle slope and leaving the river bank, it was a completely uphill road. There were fewer and fewer farmlands, but the trees were more and more dense, until there was no trace of human buildings. At this time, the Devers and the others had reached an open area on the hillside, but the guide refused to go forward. Beyond the ridge in front is the Lucaria's camp. It's too dangerous. The Devers and the others tried their best to persuade the guide to take them to a distance to have a look. Standing on the top of the hill, against the cold mountain wind, they looked forward. There was a higher hill in front of them. It should have been a green scene, but a large number of trees had been cut down, and a large area was cleared. Countless tents were densely packed on it, and from a distance, the Lucaria looked as small as ants. Wow, there are quite a lot of people. The assists, who had seen thousands of Persia's army, could not help but say. The Devers did not say anything. After carefully observing for a while, he pointed to somewhere in front and asked, "What is that place?" The pale guide looked around blankly and asked, "Where?" "On the right side of the hill. It seems like there are Lucanian troops coming out from there from time to time." The Devers pulled the guide over and pointed to the front again. The guide's eyes widened. After confirming it carefully, he said, "Oh, that's the Valley Pass. There's a passable mountain path that leads to the Lucanian territory." "How long is the trail?" The Devers continued to ask. "I haven't been there. I heard that it's more than 40 li. It doesn't sound too far, but the mountain road is hard to walk. It might take 1 or 2 days to walk." "That's right. The tourist army was ambushed and defeated on this mountain path," the guide said with a fearful expression. The Devers gazed at the unbroken chain of mountains behind the hill, lost in thought. The tourists should build a fortress here. The Lucanians won't be able to break in so easily, Led said. The tourists originally had a camp here, but nothing major had happened for decades. Coupled with the poor conditions here, not many citizens were willing to be stationed here. I didn't expect the Lucanians to suddenly launch a large-scale attack. In the end, the guide said dejectedly, if the tourists could defend this place, we would have nothing to do with it, the Devers said faintly. From the fact that the mountains are almost undeveloped, it's obvious that the tourists don't care about this place at all. It would be strange if they could defend it, the Devers said faintly. This was a common problem of the Greeks, a nation that loved to sail and trade. They had no interest in the mountains at all. Under the constant urging of the guide, the group embarked on their return journey. Seeing that the Devers and the others were relaxed, the slave, who was regarded as Bucco's confidant, heard from his master that the people around him were experienced warriors, so he could not help but ask, Chief Devers, do you think we can defeat these Lucanians? We won't know until we fight, the Devers said faintly. This time, they went east along the right edge of the Sabari plain. This side was also surrounded by endless forests. Cheerful streams accompanied them all the way east, and finally converged into a river. When the Devers rode along the south bank of the river, and saw the soldiers chopping down trees on the other side, he remembered that this was the river that Felicius mentioned. The guide called it the Sabari River. Seeing that it was already dusk, the Devers gave up on the plan to continue exploring north. He dismounted and crossed the river. Together with the soldiers, they flattened the tree trunks and carried the logs back to camp. After dinner, after listening to the reports from Felicius and the other team officers, and confirming that the mercenaries were operating well, the Devers sent them away. He calmed down and used a branch to sketch out the terrain that they had scouted during the day on the ground. After repeatedly revising it until he was satisfied, he stared at it for a long time and firmly remembered the combination of the pattern and the scene. Of course, this was only a sketch. Next, he would need to send scouts to further improve it. For example, the approximate area of the Sabari Plain, the width and depth of the Krati River, the area of the river bank, and so on. Intelligence work was the most important in a war, and terrain reconnaissance was the most important of all intelligence work. More than half a year of fighting had taught Divers a lot. Combined with the knowledge from his previous life, he had always believed that being a famous general required 99% perspiration and 1% talent. There had never been a general who could control the troops and win the war by sitting high up in the court. Therefore, he had been working tirelessly to become a famous general. The next day, under the guide, the Devers and the group continued exploring north. After crossing the Sabari River, there was about 10 miles of land between the forest and the bay. The land in between was even flatter, and it was still a part of the Sabari Plain. The Turii did not plant wheat here, but instead planted olive trees and opened up vineyards. According to the guide, the wine produced here was famous throughout Greater Greece. This made the Devers think of the luxurious wine baths of the ancient Sabari people in his previous life. It was probably from the wine here. However, at this time, the vineyards were overgrown with weeds and no one took care of them. That's because from time to time, the Lucarians from Amendolara wander around the area. The people are afraid and don't dare to come here, the guide explained. The Turii should send troops to protect their citizens, Assists said disdainfully. After the last failure, the Turii might not have enough troops. Protecting the city of Turii is their priority, Devers said. Chief Devers is right. The guide took the opportunity to escape from the awkward situation. Didn't you say that there aren't many Lucanians in Amendolara? We can provide protection for the Turii here, but of course we have to pay some protection fees, Assist said jokingly. Yasi, in the future you will also have to lead an army to fight alone. You have to remember one thing, don't scatter your troops easily. Devers said seriously, Our main task now is to help the Turii defeat the Lucanians' army. Let's ignore everything else for now. As long as we win, Amandalera won't be a problem at all." Assists and leads listened attentively and kept nodding. The group continued to move forward until a river blocked their way. "This is the Saraceno River, the border river between Turii and Amandalera," the guide said. "So, it's Amandalera's territory after this?" Devers pointed in front of them. "Yes, we might encounter the Lucanians at any time. Let's go back now," the guide said with a fearful expression. Devers, on the other hand, was obviously interested. "Can we walk across this river?" Before the guide could answer, Assists, who could no longer hold back, had already leaped into the river. The river was more than 10 meters wide, and they reached the other side in an instant. "The water is only up to our thighs." Assists stood in front of the horse and gestured. Leads, Felicius left 100 soldiers at the logging site as a precaution. "Go get them, we'll cross the river and have a look," Devers immediately ordered. "Yes." Leads ran back excitedly. The guide could only wait helplessly. 10 minutes later, Leads hurried over with more than 100 fully armed soldiers. The soldiers were panting, but they were also excited. Seeing them, Devers was even bolder. "Let's cross the river." Chapter 74. After crossing the Saraceno River, the Devers clearly felt that the terrain was rising. The mountains and the coast were parallel to the north, but the distance between them had shortened a lot. The narrow space increased the Devers' safety, but he didn't let his guard down. He let Assists and Leads serve as scouts on the left wing of the team, paying close attention to the situation in the mountains to prevent the enemy from making a detour and cutting off their retreat. For the rest of the journey, the Devers didn't see a coast with a soft beach. Instead, they saw steep cliffs and rugged reef. The sea beat rhythmically on the coast, and the sound was quite shocking. It seemed that Amendaler couldn't have a port. The Devers thought, feeling a sense of loss rising from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the guide shouted, "Look, that's Amendaler." Following the direction of his finger, a city in the distance appeared and disappeared. The Devers' spirits rose. He squeezed his horse's abdomen and rushed forward for a while. The soldiers behind him quickly caught up. Now he could see clearly that Amendaler was actually a mountain city, which didn't conform to the Greek tradition. It was built on a mountain and didn't look low. It faced the east, overlooking the Taranto Bay. The morning mist in the mountains surrounded it, making it look indistinct. In order to see it more clearly, the Devers continued forward. The guide followed nervously because they were less than a mile away from the city of Amendaler. Although they hadn't seen the Lucanians before, it didn't mean that the Lucanians wouldn't come out to welcome them when they reached their doorstep. At this time, another river blocked the way. The river was less than 10 meters wide, and the bottom could be seen clearly in the clear water. There was no problem at all walking. This is the Cisno River. Not far to the north, there's another river called the Barano River. Amendaler is between the two rivers. Let's stop here. We can't cross the river anymore, the guide begged. The Devers couldn't help but sigh. The Apennine Peninsula was so rich in water. No wonder the citizens of Greece lived a better life than the native. The snow in the Apennines melted and eventually formed rivers. The rivers washed the soil and stones from the mountains to the lowlands. Year after year, how could the land not be fertile? Compared to the sand and stones of Greece, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was just that the plains were too small. During the war, the mountain city was generally easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it needed to solve two problems: food and water. Since Amendaler is surrounded by rivers, water should not be a problem. The Devers pondered as they observed the nearby city of Amendaler. The city did not look big. It was at least 100 meters from the ground, but the slope was gentle, and there was a stone wall surrounding the city. The guide saw that the Devers did not cross the river, nor did they walk away. They just stood by the river and kept looking at Amandalera. He could not help but feel anxious and wanted to urge them again. Devers asked, "What is the relationship between Amendola and Turai? Is it a city built by immigrants from Turai?" This guide wasn't an ordinary slave. As a slave, he had been accompanying Burkos to study and play with him since he was young. When he grew up, he even followed Burkos to the north and south to do business. As an important assistant of Burkos, he could be considered to have seen a lot of things. The reason why Burkos sent him as a guide was because he felt guilty for going against his promise. Thus, he pondered for a moment before answering Diver's question. It said that Amendola was built by the natives of this region a long time ago. Later on, the Gobaris occupied it. After Crotone destroyed Gobaris, they didn't conquer it. After Tulii was established, it took the initiative to form an alliance with Tulii and even resisted the attack of Tarantum from the north together with Tulii alliance? Looking at the small city of Amendola and then thinking about the size of the city of Turai, it was obvious that the two were not of the same size. It would be difficult for them to talk on equal terms. It was probably just an alliance in name, but a vassal in reality. However, it was fine as long as it was not a colony city of Turai. The Devers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had been in this era for more than half a year, and he had deliberately learned a lot about the actual situation of the Greek city-state. He had completely reversed the concept that a city-state was just a city in his previous life. After the Greeks built a city, they would try their best to expand outward. They would build villages and towns, and bring the surrounding land under their control. When the land was beyond the direct control of the city due to distance, they would build a colony city or attack another city. On one hand, they could maintain the momentum of expansion, and on the other hand, they could provide protection around the main city. In the beginning, these colony cities listened to the orders of the mother city. After all, the citizens of the colony city had migrated from the mother city, and even the consul might be appointed by the mother city. As time passed, the Greeks' love for independence and freedom came into play. Coupled with the fact that the Greek city-state was a closed political management model, it naturally refused to be unified. Hence, they became independent one after another. However, due to the proximity of geography and blood, as long as the mother city maintained the advantage of strength and did not bully these neighbors too much, they would form a natural alliance with the mother city. However, if the colony city and the mother city were separated by the ocean or too far away, after a few decades, due to the estrangement of the relationship, it was very likely that the colony city and the mother city would become two different city-states. It was even possible that they would become enemies with each other, like Corinth and Kokira. Obviously, Amendola was a colony city of Sybaris, and to the Turii, it was just a subsidiary, so the land here did not belong to the Turii. The Devers thought to himself and asked, "How did the Lucanians attack this city? I'm not too sure about that. It seems like only a few of the Amendola citizens escaped." At that time, Tulii was grieving over the defeat of his army and the death of countless citizens. He was also busy defending against the Lucanians and did not respond to the Amendola citizens' cries for help. No one knows where they went after that. After that, we don't know where they went, the guide said carelessly, but the Devers kept it in mind. At this time, the assist shouted, "Chief, someone is coming out of the city." Vespa, the chief of the Lucanians in Amendola, had been a little annoyed recently because the city of Grimentum had sent an envoy, asking him to lead his tribe to participate in the Lucanian Tribal Alliance's second attack on the Turii. Vespa's tribe originally lived in the upper reaches of the Agri River, southeast of Grimentum. There were many tribes living there, and Vespa's tribe was one of the larger ones. They lived by grazing and simple farming. For decades, they lived in peace with the surrounding tribes. But 2 years ago, after the marriage alliance between Grimentum and Picosis, the already powerful Grimentum became even more powerful. They no longer cared about the checks and balances of Potentia, which was equally powerful in the northwest, and began to expand without restraint, attacking and annexing the settlements and strongholds of the surrounding small tribes. Under the pressure of the Grumentum's army, Vespa's tribe was unwilling to be annexed, so they could only flee to the southeast and hide in the forest at the junction of the western mountains of Amendolara and Heraclea. Suffering from hunger and disease, many of his tribesmen died, including Vespa's 2 sons. Just when Vespa was about to surrender to the Grumentum in order to survive, he heard a piece of news. Since the expansion of the Grumentum, its population and military power had increased greatly, but at the same time, it brought about a problem: food. Originally, the Lucanians did not produce much food, so they relied more on grazing, and grazing also depended on the weather. The winter of the previous year was much colder than the previous year, and a large number of livestock froze to death, making food a big problem for the Grumentum to maintain its hegemony in southern Lucania. So, last winter, the Grumentum joined forces with Picassus and led an army to fight against Nudum, who recognized the Grumentum's position as the leader. Laus met up with the troops in the tribal city and prepared to attack the Turii. Wasiba began to think. He wanted to fish in troubled waters while the 2 sides were fighting, so that his tribe could escape the danger of being destroyed. So, he mobilized the whole tribe to build rafts, stock up on food, and prepare to plunder east. Just then, he heard a piece of good news. The Turii sent an army of 10,000 to attack Laos, but they were all wiped out. Vespa was overjoyed, thinking that the opportunity had come. He immediately ordered the whole tribe to build rafts, go downstream, cross the dangerous shoals, and finally enter the territory of Amandora. Note: Grumentum Picassus Pixus Nudum Nerulum Laus. Chapter 75. Originally, he only planned to loot between Amendolara and Turii when the opportunity arose. However, the scouts reported that the people of Amendolara were carrying a lot of supplies and were preparing to leave the city. How could Vespa and his tribesmen let go of such a good opportunity? They immediately chased after them, slaughtered them, and took the opportunity to occupy Amendolara. To Vespa, this was a blessing from the god of Mount Asinu. The tribe won easily. Not only did they seize a lot of supplies, but they also occupied a city, a mountain city that the Lucanians liked to live in. At the same time, they also had a large number of slaves. However, he soon realized that it was quite difficult for his tribe to occupy a city with only 1,000 warriors. First, he had to allocate a few hundred warriors to watch over the thousands of captives, and then he had to guard against the Turii taking back Amendolara. The most troublesome thing was the Grumentum. After all, Vespa's tribe was unwilling to accept the annexation of the Grumentum. Now that the Lucanians had won a bloody battle with the Turii, they had effortlessly obtained the victory that should have belonged to the Grumentum. How could the vengeful leader of the Grumentum, Asapyrus, spare them? However, how could Vespa, who had tasted the hardships of being a vagabond, give up on Amendolara and escape back to the mountains? How could he and his clansmen give up on the comfort that they had obtained with great difficulty? Just as he was hesitating, a few days later, a piece of good news arrived. The Lucanians who were preparing to besiege the city of Turii were forced to retreat due to the outbreak of plague. Vespa was overjoyed and repeatedly praised the god of Mount Asinu. In the following months, the Turii did not send troops to recapture Amendolara because their strength had been greatly reduced. It was rare for Vespa to lead his tribesmen to live a peaceful life for a period of time. In the spring of this year, an envoy from the Grumentum crossed the mountains and came to Amendolara with an order from Asapyrus. He was forcefully ordered to join the Lucanians and prepare for the second attack on the Turii. Vespa agreed, but he sneered in his heart because the messenger did not mention anything about the ownership of Amendala city after the war. He finally understood that if he wanted to keep the city of Amandara, he could only hope that the Lucanian alliance and the Turris would both suffer heavy losses. Only then would his tribe have a chance to survive, and have time to slowly use and integrate the power of Amandera to restore the vitality of his tribe. Therefore, when he learned that mercenaries were constantly coming to Turii territory, he did not feel worried. Instead, he was happy. He restrained his clansmen from leaving the city as little as possible so as not to provoke the tourists. Instead, he allowed the Greeks to focus on preparing for war. Today our spies reported that a Greek army of about 100 men had invaded the territory of Amendola. He was a little surprised. This was the first time since the war last year that the Greek army had appeared in Amendola. Were they here to attack the city? Why are there only 100 people? Could it be the vanguard? Did the tourists disregard the threat of the Lucanian Alliance's army and want to solve their worries first? Based on his careful observation over the past few months, this did not seem to be the way the Turii people would do it. With many questions in his mind, Wespa stepped onto the city wall and looked down the mountain. There were more than 100 Greek soldiers standing alone beside the Cislino River. They did not move for a long time, and there was no movement behind them either. They were here to investigate the situation. Wespa was certain. So, he decided to show his strength to dispel the Greeks' illusions. He asked his son Bagul to lead 1,000 soldiers out of the city, leaving only 100 soldiers to guard the captives in the city. Bagul led the Lucanian soldiers out of the city in a menacing manner. The assists could not help but shout, "Chief, look at their weapons!" Armor, shields, and spears, all of them were the attire of the Greek heavy infantry. No wonder the assists was surprised. He thought that Amendola had been taken back by a Greek army. The Devers looked carefully and smiled. The Lucanians must have stolen the weapons of the citizens of Amendola and equipped themselves. Unfortunately, they are just like the real heavy infantry. They are still far from the real heavy infantry. Indeed, the Greek heavy infantry formation was tight. Before the battle began, they advanced slowly and could basically maintain a straight line. Looking at the Lucanian soldiers on the opposite side, their formation was not only loose but also uneven. When the guide saw the Lucanian soldiers leaving the city, he was extremely nervous. Seeing that the Devers were still in the mood to joke, he almost cursed out loud. At this moment the Devers said, "Retreat, go back." The guide felt as if he had been pardoned and turned his horse to run. The soldiers turned back in unison and began to jog. The Devers reined in his horse until the soldiers left him behind. Only then did he, assists, and leads turn their horses and move slowly. This made the guide feel a little awkward. The Greeks retreated slowly, and the Lucanians chased slowly. Both sides maintained a certain distance. It was not until the Devers and the others crossed the Saraceno River that the Lucanians stopped at the north bank. 1,000 people. The Devers asked thoughtfully, "Yassi, do you think the Lucanians in Amendola want to fight us or not?" "Of course not. You can tell from their pursuit," the assists said without hesitation. "I heard from Buccos that there are not many Lucanians in Amendola. How many are there exactly?" The Devers asked the guide. "There is such a saying in Turii, but no one seems to know how many Lucanians there are in Amendola." The guide was a little confused. The Devers smiled mysteriously and changed the topic. "What is north of Amendola?" Back in Turii land, the guide was much more relaxed. 20 miles north is the Sini River, and further north is the Agri River. On the other side is the city of Heraclea. There is the Ceres Plain, which is also a fertile land. A few decades ago, Turii and Tarentum fought over that land. Who won? The assists asked curiously. "We Turii won twice, but Tarentum is a powerful city-state in Greece. They kept sending troops over, and the war lasted for a long time. In the end, both sides signed an agreement and jointly built the city of Heraclea," the guide said with a little pride. "Oh, I didn't expect Turii to be so powerful in the past," the assist said casually. "That's because Turii had General Cleandridas. He was from Sparta," the guide said respectfully. Then, he thought of something and curled his lips unwillingly. Even though Turii lost to the Lucanians, it was because they ambushed the Turii. If it was a head-on battle, they wouldn't be a match for the Turii. The assists wanted to argue, but the Devers stopped him. Let's hurry to the south of Turii while it's still early. The guide did not understand why the young mercenary leader was running around tirelessly all day long. It was understandable if there were Lucanians in the west and north, but there were no enemies in the south. However, this also made him feel at ease. These mercenaries were too bold, causing him to tremble with fear. He was afraid that an accident would happen. The Devers and the group crossed the pontoon bridge not far from the west of Turii and arrived at the delta between the two rivers. Here, they saw one after another carrying carts moving back and forth on a road leading to the west. The guide told them that the carts were transporting copper ores and stones to Turii. Due to the recent war, the city was in urgent need of stones and bronze wares. There are Turii copper and stone mines in the west? The Devers blinked as they looked at the uneven dirt road that passed through the hilly terrain. Yes. The Cosini River is in the way, so the Lucanians won't be able to cross. The guide, who was usually talkative, did not want to say more. He ended the conversation in a hurry and brought them to the pontoon bridge over the Crati River. The Crati River was at least 50 meters long, and because it was spring, the current was strong, so the pontoon bridge swung back and forth. The Devers were worried that the horses would startle and fall into the water, so they had to walk with their horses. After crossing the Crati River, they stepped onto land that was still part of the Sabari Plain. It was a green and flat corridor between the mountains and the coast, and it was obviously much wider than the corridor by the sea in Amendola. Here, they could see more Turii working in the fields. It was obvious that this was the only safe place for the Turii. About 10 miles to the south, the corridor suddenly narrowed because there was a large stretch of beach on the side of the sea. The guide stopped his horse and said, "In front of us is the territory of Castellan. Do you still want to see it?" Note: Castellan Castiglione. Chapter 76. Is Castellan a big city? The assists asked curiously. The guide shook his head and said, "It's a small city built by the people of Sabaris. It's independent now." Upon hearing this, the Devers looked to the south and sighed. Back then, Sabari's sphere of influence extended as far north as Amandera and as far south as Castellan. Such a powerful city was destroyed by Crotone, which was weaker than it. As the saying went, life in hardship, death in ease. After a long time, the Devers said, "Let's go back." After the guide left, the Devers asked the assists and leads, "Have you seen what a hound looks like when it encounters a bear?" The two shook their heads. There were no bears in Greece. They only learned that there were such strong land animals in the world when they arrived at Dukia Mountain. The fur on its body will stand up and it will show its sharp teeth. It will roar at the bear and pounce. It knows that it can't defeat the bear, so it just wants to show the bear that it's not to be trifled with. The Devers had seen it in an online video in his previous life, so it was meaningful to say it out loud. The assists were young, after all. Combining what he had seen today, he quickly responded, "Chief, are you talking about the Lucanians of Amandera? The Lucanians of Amandera are trying to scare us away, but they have exposed their thoughts and strength instead. I estimate that there are only about 1,000 warriors in the city," the Devers said confidently. Leds finally understood. He said excitedly, "Chief, are you going to lead us to attack Amandera?" The assists' eyes widened. After all, they had attended a secret military conference before they came to Greece. They knew the real purpose of the mercenaries. "Brothers, before we carry out any plan, we must keep it to ourselves. Don't say a word. Otherwise, if the soldiers find out and accidentally spread the news, the Turians will stop us, the Lucanians will strengthen their defenses, and other forces will ruin our plan because they will not want a foreign group to take root here." "That's right," Soren said. "Do you understand?" the Devers warned solemnly. Understood. The two of them nodded repeatedly. I've decided to cover my mouth when I sleep, Assis joked. Looking at the excited faces of the two, Devers said seriously, Now I have a mission for you two. Let's. Here. Lead your men to monitor the Lucania camp in the west and Amendola city in the north. Report to me once a day. At the same time, try your best to understand the defenses of Amendola. The more detailed, the better, but don't let the Lucanians in the city notice. Can you do that? Yes. Leds gave a powerful military salute. Assist. Yes. Secretly look for the citizens of Amendola who escape. Once you find them, try your best to bring them to our camp. Don't let the tourists know. Understood. Buckos listened carefully to the guide's description of the 2 days he spent with the Devers. He was surprised by how seriously the Devers investigated the surroundings of Turris. From what he remembered, even Creandridas of Sparta, whom the Turris regarded as a famous general, did not investigate personally like the Devers, or even face the enemy alone. He could not help but ask, Moraz, what do you think of the Devers? Moraz thought for a moment and said, Master, the leader of the Devers is very kind. As an Egyptian slave, even though Burkos regarded him as a confidant, in the eyes of the other citizens of Turi, it was obvious that they despised him. However, he did not feel any of this from Divers. On the contrary, Divers spoke to him as an equal from beginning to end, never bossing him around. Burkos nodded. He thought so too. Although the Devers were mercenaries, they were very cultured people. What else? He asked again. Well, he's always thinking about questions. I can't see through him when he asks questions. He's a little mysterious, Moraz continued. Strange, Buckos had the same feeling before. He thought he was overthinking. After all, the Devers were not even 20 years old. Could this be the aura of a blessed? He could not help but laugh. He did not really believe this rumor that had been circulating among the mercenaries. And he's very brave. He doesn't seem to be afraid of the Lucanians at all. Moraz said. He's someone who has seen great battles. Besides, charging at the front in battle and defending the rear when retreating is the performance of a famous general. That's what Chrysandridas did in the past. But the Devers are only 19 years old. Buckos said with a sigh. He thought of Archita, who he had visited with Felice in the morning. This young noble from Tarentum was also very young. When he first saw him, he was lying on the ground trying to calculate something. The rumor that he was the most talented member of the Pythagorean school of thought might be true. Not only did this young noble from across the bay not put on any airs, but he was also gentle and polite. He even sincerely expressed that he was willing to do his best to help the tourists defeat the Lucanians. This promise of Archita's was very precious. Before he came to Tulii, he had already led troops on several expeditions to repel the ferocious Masapi who had invaded Tarentum's territory. Although he was not very talkative, it could be seen that the Tarentum soldiers treated this young commander with sincere respect. It was very similar to the mercenaries' attitude towards the Devers. These were two young men with extraordinary talents. Why didn't Turris have them? Thinking of Chrysandridas' son, Asilidoax, Buckos suddenly thought while feeling disappointed. Could he discuss with Felice to let the Devers become citizens of Turris? A few days later, the mercenary camp was built, and the soldiers could finally rest well. Adrian and Sesta also took the opportunity to visit the Devers. The Devers received them very warmly, and both sides had a pleasant conversation. The little conflict that had happened previously had long been forgotten. Just as the Devers said, the two mercenaries were in the same boat. Only by working together and cooperating fully could they complete the mission and live to get paid. In fact, long before the leaders of both sides met, the soldiers of both sides had already begun to get close. On one hand, Adrianx's mercenaries were full of curiosity about the rumored Greek expeditionary army. On the other hand, Both sides were mostly from the Ionian region, and could be considered as fellow countrymen. Especially in this unfamiliar place, they felt more at home. So in the end, it became Adrianx's soldiers and the Devers' soldiers building the camp together, and at the same time listening to the stories of the expeditionary army. The leaders of both sides did not stop them. Instead, they were happy to see it happen. The Devers also reached an agreement with Adrianx's group to build a tunnel to connect the camps of both sides, and if one side was in trouble, the other side should provide help. In fact, both sides understood that compared to the experienced expeditionary army, there were more opportunities for problems to arise with the recruits under Adriante's command. However, Divers didn't hesitate to agree. As a result, when he sent the two leaders out of the camp, Adriantes and Cesta repeatedly bowed to him with gratitude and a little bit of respect. "Look, that is our leader, the Devers favored." A soldier pointed at the Devers not far away and said proudly, "He is the Devers? So young?" Another soldier from Adrianx's camp was a little confused. "So what if he is young? Several generals of Persia have died in his hands. When he charges, he is like a lion. Even Sparta is afraid of him. Can't you see how respectful your leader is to the Devers?" The soldier said proudly. At this time, another soldier interrupted, "And the leader of the Devers is very good to us soldiers. Even if you are seriously injured, he will not abandon you. I was once shot by a Persia arrow, and my whole body was burning. I thought I was going to die, but the leader of the Devers saved me from hell." As he spoke, he even lifted his shirt to show the wound, as if it was not a scar but a medal. Chapter 77. At night, Christoia came to the Devers' tent and heard about what had happened during the day. With her understanding of the Devers, she asked, "You want to take over those mercenaries?" "I really want to help them," the Devers said seriously. "Really?" Christoia smiled coquettishly, her full breasts pressing against the Devers' strong chest. She raised her head, revealing her sexy red lip. "Really?" The Devers lowered his head and suddenly pressed his lips against hers, sucking hard. This kiss ignited the flames of desire on both sides. The Devers reached out and picked up Christoia. At this time, Marcius's voice came from outside the tent. "Chief, Mercies and Marigi want to see you." The Devers cursed in a low voice and was about to say, "I won't see them." Christoia laughed and punched him. "It must be something important to make Mercies and Marigi, two people who have some conflicts, come to see you together." The Devers knew that she was right. He put down Christoia helplessly and kissed her twice unwillingly. Christoia pushed him away. Mercies and Marigi entered the tent one after the other. They didn't care at all when they saw Christoia in the tent. The intimate relationship between the Devers and Christoia was already an open secret in the army. Then, they explained their purpose of coming to the Devers. It turned out that while the soldiers were building the camp, Mercies and the others hadn't been idle. No, it should be said that the Turris hadn't been idle. Although the Turris forbade mercenaries from entering the city, the Greeks were known for being good at business. As soon as they heard that mercenaries were coming, merchants and peddlers ran to the old city of Sybaris to see if there were any business opportunities. Besides the food provided by the Turris, the mercenaries naturally needed other daily necessities. So, the two sides hit it off. At the beginning, the trade was only one way. The Turris were the sellers, and the mercenaries were the buyers. However, he soon discovered that the Turris merchants were very interested in certain things in the supply camp. When the mercenaries were on their way back, they didn't just rob women and slaves. They also robbed a lot of gold, silver, and some works of art. For example, strange spicewood carvings, exquisite gold statues, exotic ivory carvings, and so on. They were going to bring them home in the future. They could be used as decorations, souvenirs, and evidence to brag about. Although they lost a lot of them because of the constant battles along the way, they still kept some. For the Turii merchants who were thousands of miles away from Persia, These objects from the hinterland of Persia and some unknown races were very exotic and novel to them. They immediately realized that these things were very valuable and expressed their desire to buy them. Mercis was not a fool. Of course, he would not sell it cheaply. Moreover, some of the items did not belong to him. They were left by the soldiers in the supply camp. He thought about it and decided to look for Marigi first. This was because only Marigi, who was also from Persia, could explain their origins, cultural meaning, and value. Marigi gave him a suggestion. Why not set up a market, managed by the mercenaries, and trade with the Greeks? They might even be able to collect taxes. Collect taxes on the land of another country. Mercis felt that this idea was too crazy, but he could not resist the temptation of money. So, he decided to look for the Devers with Marigi. Set up a market? The Devers felt that this was a good idea. Not only could it satisfy the needs of the mercenaries, but it could also be a place to expand the mercenaries' influence. They could also understand the market of Greece and train the mercenaries' business team. At the same time, they could gather intelligence, search for talents, and so on. From the perspective of the leader of the mercenaries, the Devers, who had the goal of taking root in Greece, naturally thought more comprehensively and deeply than Mercis and the others. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was wonderful. He immediately nodded and said, "We can set up a market. Tomorrow, I will ask the soldiers to set up a market between the east side of the camp and the coast. Marigi will be in charge of the construction of the market, but we don't have much time. Don't build it too complicated as long as it can be used. After it is completed, you will be in charge of its management and operation, Marigi." When the Devers said this, Marigi looked excited. The Devers reminded him, "My request is that the market can be simple and crude, but it must be orderly and ensure that transactions are fair. It must also be clean and expand the reputation of the market as much as possible to attract more merchants from other cities to trade here. As for collecting taxes, don't even think about it. I don't want to make the tourists unhappy. However, you can think of other ways, such as getting slaves to help move goods, providing cheap water, and so on. You can even collect shop fees when the market is prosperous in the future." Marigi nodded and praised sincerely, "Leader, I didn't expect your wisdom in business to be so amazing." The Devers smiled. These ideas were already common in the industrial era. However, ever since he gave Marigi a promise, this guy got into the zone very quickly. Did he really want to be a commercial officer? The Devers turned to the slightly depressed Mercis. "As for the transactions between us and the Greeks, I will leave it to you, Mercis." All right. Mercis was happy again. "Don't touch the things that the soldiers have left in the supply camp, unless they are willing to sell it. You have to sign an agreement with them. Other than a small handling fee, you have to negotiate with the owner, but it's best that it doesn't exceed 1/50th of the goods sold. Return the rest to the owner. Don't hide or embezzle. Marigi, you are in charge of supervising." The Devers sternly instructed Mercis. "Devers, you are too biased. 1/50th is too little, it should be at least 1/20th. It's not easy for us to sell things. We have to stand under the sun for half a day. How much effort does it take?" Mercis grumbled. 1/20th is too much, it should not exceed 1/35. It's settled then. The Devers couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with him. Instead of earning money from the soldiers, you might as well think of a way to increase your trade projects and expand your source of income. Hearing this, Mercis fell into deep thought. Very soon, a smile appeared on his fat face. The women in the supply camp come from some races in Persia and Armenia, and many of them have learned the massage techniques of the medical camp. It is definitely a new experience for the men of Greece. We can set a high price. Mercy's excited voice was interrupted by Kristoya's coughing. Discussing sex business in front of a woman, this guy. The Devers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can give you an idea. The medical skills of our medical camp's doctors are very high. Also, there aren't any major injuries in the military camp, and we have nothing to do anyway. Why don't we let them open a clinic in the market and collect money to treat patients? You can discuss the details with Kristoya. Originally, there were 8 doctors in the medical camp. When they left Byzantium, 2 of them left, while the other 6 doctors led by Helps stayed in the medical camp under the strong attraction of the so-called mystical medical knowledge from Hades that the Devers taught them from time to time. It was actually the basic medical knowledge from the modern world. Hearing Kristoya's name, Mercies, whose eyes were originally shining, had a bitter expression on his face. Kristoya didn't make things difficult for Mercies. This fatty looked easy to bully, but Kristoya knew how important he was to the Devers, so she seriously discussed with him about opening a clinic and how to distribute the fees. However, she made a request. She hoped that Mercies wouldn't force the women in the supply camp to be prostitutes. Mercies felt wronged and said, "Most of the women in the supply camp were kidnapped by the soldiers on their way back to Greece. A small portion of them are slaves in the supply camp, and they need to take care of the beasts of burden and manage the goods. Only about a dozen of them are real prostitutes, and they are used to using this method to earn money." "I'm afraid it's not just these prostitutes," Marigi interrupted. Chapter 78. Shut up, Persia. I never mistreated your wife and children when they were in the supply camp. Mercies said angrily. Mercies, did you really just let these be *cheese receive guests? Kristoya asked seriously, blushing. Mercies knew that he could not hide this from them. He had to say, there are also some women. The soldiers who robbed them died in battle, so they lost their pillar of support. They are not willing to do dirty and tiring work. Influenced by those *cheese, they think this is easy money. After all, our food is distributed to the soldiers first. They are also trying to survive. Then why don't you let them go? Kristoya asked. If I let them go, where can they go? They are already hundreds, thousands of miles away from their hometown. They can't go back. Instead of being captured by the cities and tribes along the way and becoming slaves, it is better for them to stay in our camp. At least they can live a better life. Mercies said, pretending to be compassionate. This is the sin of the soldiers. Divers let out a long sigh and put his arm around the sad Kristoya. Mercis, you don't have to force them. How about this, we provide them with free food, and when we find a place to settle in Greece, we will marry them to the soldiers. Our soldiers will not plunder anymore, because we will no longer be mercenaries. Divers sighed and hugged the sad Kristoya in his arms. Leader, you are so kind. Mercies hurriedly praised and quickly left. He did not want to face Kristoya's reproachful gaze again. As time passed, the news from the west became more and more worrying. The Lucanian camp in the mountain pass to the west grew larger day by day, and the Turii working on the Sabari plain north of the Krati River became fewer and fewer, until 10 days later, when Lucanian spies appeared on the outskirts of Turii, causing panic among the people in the city. The generals in the city hall knew that the Lucanians were about to attack, and they had to be prepared. Buckos, then, with a mission in mind, took a boat to the rudimentary quay at the mouth of the Krati. The Greeks had the bad habit of never walking where they could go by boat. Once ashore, Buckos found that this place was obviously more populated than other places on the Sabari plain. People were walking in 2s and 3s on a wide, compacted dirt road that led to a large enclosure. What is that? Buckos asked Morith. It's the market built by the mercenaries that I told you about last time. When Morris first told him about it, he didn't think much of it. At this moment, his interest was piqued. Since he had to pass through this market to get to the mercenary camp, it wouldn't take him much time to go in and take a look. Before he even reached the entrance of the market, he could already hear the clamor of the people inside. 2 beautiful women in gorgeous clothes stood at the door. They were slim and graceful, and it was obvious that they were not Greeks. However, their Greek was pleasant to the ears. Honorable guests, welcome. Is this your first time here? Morris couldn't help but nod. If you're here to sell something, there's a wooden house behind the door. It's our market management office. You can ask the person in charge to choose a stall for you, but there's a small fee. How much is the fee? Buckos asked anxiously. 1 opal a day. The price was very cheap, but these mercenaries were actually using the land of Turin to make money. Buckos was a little angry. But the stalls are all full now. You can only come back tomorrow. This shabby place was actually so popular. Buckos was shocked. He asked tentatively, "If I pay more, can you squeeze out a stall for me?" "Honorable guests, we don't charge you to make money. We do it to maintain the order of this market. The help we've provided you has already far exceeded the value of 1 opal. We only hope that the stall owners can make good use of their stalls and earn far more than 1 opal every day." If a modern person heard this, they would find it very familiar, but Buckos and Morris were completely dumbfounded. The woman continued, "If you're here to buy something, there's a wooden sign hanging on the door of the market management office. On it is written the small requirements that we have for every customer in the market. We hope you can comply with them. If you encounter fraud or any disputes while buying or selling, you can seek help from the market management office. They will enthusiastically help you solve them." Buckos and Morris were well-traveled and knowledgeable, but at this moment, they were a little confused by the woman's words. In the Greek city-states they had been to, they had never heard of a market that was so considerate of merchants and customers. With a strong sense of curiosity, they went to the market management office. It was a simple wooden house. There was a large window facing the direction of the market. A few people were sitting by the window, politely answering the questions of the customers who came to inquire. "Hello. Is there any problem that you need us to solve?" A dark-skinned, thin Egyptian politely asked Morris, who was looking into the room through the window. Morris was about to reply perfunctorily, but someone in the room shouted, "Lord Buckos, welcome." A middle-aged man with brown hair, a long beard, and a golden hooked nose opened the door and warmly welcomed Morris. "You are?" Buckos looked at him and felt that he was a little familiar. "A commercial officer under the leader of the Devers. My name is Marigi." Marigi was not modest at all as he gave himself the official position that the Devers had promised him. Buckos didn't pay attention to what he said. He first corrected him, "No. Please don't call me Lord. I'm just an ordinary citizen of Turii." Then, he asked curiously, "Are you from Persia?" "Yes." Marigi not only didn't hide it, but also seemed a little proud. "You have people of all races here," Buckos said with a sigh. He then pointed at the things placed on the window and asked curiously, "What are these weighing devices for?" If a customer feels that the quantity of the things he bought is not enough, such as olive oil, sea fish, and so on, he can bring them here to be weighed. Once it is found to be true, the management will find the buyer and punish him. If it is serious, his stall will be cancelled and he will not be allowed to enter the market again. Not bad. That's a good idea. Has such a thing happened before?" Buckos said calmly. Although he felt that mercenaries had no right to punish anyone in Turii land, he felt that it was better to talk to their leader about such matters. Only once. After the punishment, nothing similar happened again. Marigi looked at him and said carefully, "Why do you write on this board that spitting and littering are not allowed, and buyers must keep their stalls clean and tidy? Why do you emphasize these? All the markets I've been to don't have such a requirement, including Agora in Athens." This was what Buckos was most interested in. This rule was suggested by the leader of the Devers. He said, "The market is a place with a lot of people, but it's also a place where trash and dirty water run rampant. Too much trash will not only stink, but it will also attract a lot of flies and mosquitoes, which will affect the mood of people buying and selling things. Most importantly, it will lead to epidemics." Marigi said cautiously, "It's that serious?" Buckos was a little shocked. "The leader is the blessed of Hades. Of course, his words can't be ignored. Not only do we remind our customers, but we also have 10 slaves who clean the whole market continuously. I can say that although our market is simple, it's cleaner than any market in any city. I've put in so much sweat and effort, that's why I'm charging such a small fee, Marigi explained calmly. Chapter 79. I really admire the leader of the Devers. Not only is he good at commanding battles, but he is also very good at business. He made a lot of valuable suggestions. For example, at the entrance of the market, I originally planned to use 2 fully armed soldiers to guard it, but the leader said, "That won't do, it will scare the customers who come to buy and sell. We have to consider the customers' feelings." So, it turned out like what you see. Now, it seems that the customers have responded very well. Haha. Oh yes, these weighing devices were also his suggestions. There are many other suggestions like this. The reason why this market can become so lively in just 20 days is mainly because of him. I think that even if he doesn't become a mercenary with his talent, he will definitely become a big businessman. Marigi's words were from the bottom of his heart. Yes, it's really unexpected, Burkos said perfunctorily, thinking about something in his heart. He turned and walked into the market, and Marigi hurriedly followed to act as a guide. Following the crowd, the first stall was, of course, the mercenary's own, so it was very large. There were many strange objects and exquisite gold and silver were placed in different categories. There were many people stopping to look and ask for prices. "Mercis!" Marigi shouted. The fat man who was behind the stall directing the slaves to move the goods turned around and immediately said arrogantly, "Marigi, are you here to congratulate me? I sold a lot of goods today." Before Marigi could answer, he saw Burkos and immediately smiled. "Burkos, you are here to buy something too? Just nice, I have something good here. Guess what it is?" As he said this, he raised the thing in his hand. It was shining and dazzling. It was a thin silver rope, decorated with small pieces of gold as thin as cicada wings, forming an inverted triangle. At the top, there was another silver rope. Marigi's eyes narrowed, and he heard Mercis shout, "Marigi, don't speak. What is this?" Moraz asked curiously. Seeing that everyone had gathered around curiously, Mercis put on a wretched smile and said mysteriously, "This is a gift from little Cyrus to his most beautiful wife. It was specially made for little Cyrus by the best goldsmith in Persia. It can provide pleasure in that aspect. Where do you think the beloved wife of Cyrus the Younger will wear it? Could it be down there?" Someone shouted with uncertainty. "That's right. It seems like you're very experienced." After Mercis said that, there was a burst of suggestive laughter. It is said that little Cyrus's beloved concubine wore it every night with him. Well, when little Cyrus died in battle, his beloved concubine was captured by the king of Persia. This thing was left in the barracks and was found by our soldiers. Mercis raised the golden chain and waved it in front of everyone. "Smell it. There might be the fragrance of little Cyrus's beloved concubine on it. I wanted to stay by myself, but I don't have a wife yet. Think about it, if you buy it and bring it home, you can enjoy the life of the royal family of Persia with your wife or lover." After hearing this, Burkos was actually a little tempted. Someone at the side was already shouting, "How much? I'll buy it." Burkos took a look and found that he actually knew him. He was a merchant from the city of Xylighting. "It's not expensive at all. Look at how intricately made this thing is. Also, it's made of pure gold, and it's not light either." Mercis flipped the golden chain with his hand, making a low clattering sound. "The lowest price is, well, 50 Daric gold coins." "I'll pay 55 gold coins, this thing is mine." The Xylighting merchant shouted. "I'll pay 60 gold coins." Someone shouted, "Hey, I bought it first. But my price is higher than yours." 65 Daric gold coins. Marigi didn't expect that Mercis would be able to make such a huge profit by fabricating a rarely seen item of the Persian nobility into something used by the royal family. However, he didn't want to remind Mercis. If Kristoya heard about this, she might not have a good impression of him. Seeing that Burkos had squeezed out of the crowd, he quickly followed. "I see that there are merchants from other cities who come here to do business," Burkos said. "There are quite a few. Tarantum, Xylighting, Carunia, Crotone, and other cities." Hearing Crotone, Burkos' eyelids twitched. At this time, Morris pointed to a dozen strong men in front of him and said, "These people are soldiers from your camp, right?" Marigi sized them up and replied, "Probably warriors from the mercenary camp next door. It seems to me that there are many soldiers buying things in this market." "It seems that your soldiers are all very rich," Burkos joked. Marigi smiled perfunctorily. "They're mercenaries. After today, they don't even know if there's a tomorrow. Of course, they have to enjoy themselves when they have money." Hearing this, Burkos' expression darkened slightly. He sighed and said, "Yes, it's not easy for anyone to live in this chaotic world." Marigi didn't say anything. In fact, the soldiers in the Devers' camp were not in such a state of mind at all. The Devers inherited and carried forward Menon's practice, and he strengthened the role of the supply camp. During the war, soldiers would deposit most of their belongings with the supply camp. They even had to clearly write on the registration form of the supply camp who would inherit their belongings in the event of misfortune, so that after they died in battle, their belongings could be handed over to the heir, and so on. And when a soldier was in urgent need of money and did not have enough money, he could borrow money from the leader of the mercenaries, the Devers. As long as the request was reasonable, Mercies would deduct the amount of money borrowed from his monthly salary, and there was no interest. These practices of the camp not only allowed the soldiers to reduce their worries and fight with all their might, but also reduced the bad habits of the army such as gambling, usury, extravagant spending, and so on. Marigi was sure that most of the soldiers who squandered money in the market were not from the Devers' camp. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of soldiers who could leave the camp every day. There were only 2 places in a small team, and they had to return to the camp when the time was up, or they would be punished according to military law. Marigi had witnessed with his own eyes the efforts that the Devers had put into changing this army. They had faced many censure, and even almost had the army disbanded, but they did not give in and managed to survive in the end. Now, these soldiers could act according to military rules. Most of the time, they were either in the training ground, building camp facilities, or going to the supply camp to check how much their money had increased. From their passionate but calm eyes, Marigi could tell that they were no ordinary mercenaries. Marigi had seen the Sparta army led by Cleitharps. They were a group of disciplined killing machines, but they lacked passion for life other than fighting. He had also seen the Persia army. Although they were large in number, they lacked discipline and faith, especially the servant army. The Devers' army not only had the bravery and discipline of the Sparta people, but they also had the faith to fight to the death for a better life. Moreover, they had a magical commander. What if Divers didn't have 2,000 men under him, but 20,000 or 30,000? This beautiful imagination was one of the reasons why Marigi stayed. "I found that you have everything in this market." Burkos' voice interrupted Marigi's thoughts. "There's actually a blacksmith shop. It's just a small shop that accepts orders. The tourists don't let us enter the city, but we still need to repair and buy our weapons," Marigi argued. "What about this one that buys clay pots? We can't use our hands to drink water and boil soup, right? A cloth shop? The soldiers haven't changed their clothes for half a year. We can't let them wear armor when they're not fighting, right? What about this stone shop? We can't just use trees for our camp. The key positions should be secured with stones. What about this boat shop? Don't tell me that you mercenaries want to build a fleet." Burkos' face was filled with anger as he shouted, "You're robbing us! You're robbing the tourist market and stealing the wealth of the tourists. Marigi lowered his head and explained in a low voice, the amount of goods we buy and sell is not much.